Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Such a pleasure to be here. Thank you for coming along. This is going to be, certainly for us, and I hope for you, a very exciting day. We've brought together from across the world some amazing people, people who you will have seen in the news, people who have changed politics and who have changed society across the globe. And in some respect, you're guinea pigs for some of the issues that we're going to be dealing with. When we spoke to Nicholas originally about this session, the world was a slightly different place. And certainly in the last 10 days, we've all felt, we've all experienced and read about changes that are occurring across the world, some terrible moments, and a sea change in the way democracies, particularly, are perceiving their relationship with us. And I've seen this even with Sweden. It's strange coming through into Malmö from Copenhagen and having the train boarded en masse by police with identity checks for everybody. This is not what I'm accustomed to in Sweden, and of course there have been so many things said by Swedish politicians about the need for change, the need to counter terrorism, the need for greater security. And what we wanted to do today is explore those ideas. And we're hoping for your input. Now, it's not just, today isn't just about terrorism. It's not just about technology. It's about societies. So the two of us, I should say, by the way, I'm Simon Davies. I am one of the grandfathers of privacy, if you like. That's why I grew this goatee recently. And this is Annie Mashon. Many of you will know Annie. She's a former MI5 intelligence officer turned whistleblower and has an extraordinary personal story, but also great insights. So what I'd like to do is first throw to Annie before I come back and do my grandfather thing with you. And Annie can sort of explain some of the background and some of the context that we're in at the moment. Annie.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction, Simon, and welcome everybody to our first Code Red event. And thank you also to the Internet Days team for hosting this knowledge track today. As Simon mentioned, we are facing an unprecedented threat at the moment within our societies. The upsurge of terrorist atrocities across Europe is in itself threatening the very democratic foundations, the very way that we as societies run ourselves. However, I would also like to suggest that we are facing another unprecedented threat, and we have been for at least the last 14 years since the terrorist atrocity of 9/11. And that fundamental threat to our way of life is this all-out push for dragnet surveillance, where we are all deemed to be suspects, whether or not we're innocent. And this has led, and thank you to Mr. Edward Snowden for revealing the full horror of the surveillance states that we are now living under. This has led to a complete breakdown of one of our basic human rights, which is privacy. So I just want to say a few words about my background. Simon mentioned my strange story. I will keep it very brief, because from this, I want to show you what it is like to live with no privacy and why it is so fundamentally important to our very way of life and our very democracies. So back in the 1990s, I was recruited to be an intelligence officer for the British UK Domestic Security Service, which is commonly known as MI5. I was there for 6 years, and during that time I met a man called David Shaler, who became not only my work colleague, but also my partner. And we were both in the services only for 6 years, yet during that time we saw so many things going wrong and crimes being committed by the spies that we felt compelled to resign and go public, blow the whistle, as we call it, and also, back then, go on the run around Europe and live in exile for 3 years in France. So in fact, we did Edward Snowden a generation ago. And during those years, going from the inside to the outside, being the gamekeeper turned poachers, we knew that we were being hunted by the spies. And of course, we knew exactly how they could hunt us. And one of the ways of tracking us was to invade our privacy, to pick up all our electronic communications, to bug our homes, to turn our friends and try and turn some of our family against us, to report on us, like Stasi spies. And I can tell you, living with that sense of no privacy is incredibly corrosive, where you can't pick up the phone and just have a gossip with your mother. And of course, you need to have a gossip with your mother when you're living in exile. She was not terribly pleased with me. Where you can't even have a sense of privacy in your own home, and that includes the bedroom. I have to say, our psychological defense for that was that at least we were having more fun than the spies were. But it does inhibit you. It does stunt what you feel you can do. Because if you want to have a talk on the telephone, if you want to send an email, you begin to self-censor. You get this sort of barrier between you and your friends, you and your family, you and your supporters and activists that you want to work with. And I think now we're all facing that. Back in the 1990s, the spies could do precisely what they are doing today, but it was much more labor intensive. So they had to go after targets, specific people that they targeted, to deploy those limited resources. Now, of course, with the internet, they can do that to all of us, and they do. We know from Edward Snowden that they are hoovering up all our data, that they are storing all our data. And this has implications as well, because for our society, because if we are aware of that, we then begin to self-censor in our internet lives. And of course, we conduct so much of our lives online these days. In fact, there was one study in the UK recently which said that the Snowden effect meant that 28% of the UK population had changed its behaviour online because they were concerned about the spies keeping that information. And we might say, well, we're doing nothing wrong, we have nothing to hide. But I think there's a fundamental problem there, because you may be doing nothing wrong now. You may want to go out and demonstrate, go on a peace camp, an environmental demonstration, occupy. And that is perfectly legal. That is something that we, as involved and concerned citizens, are all entitled to do. However, they pick up on all that information. They know you've been there. And as the security situation worsens and more states of emergency are announced, more draconian laws are brought in, perhaps in a few years, that sort of democratic activity will be deemed to be a bit extremist, potentially a threat. And of course, they can look back over all this accumulated information they hold on us and say, you were on that demonstration in 2015, 2018, that's a crime. Or you were part of an Occupy camp, so you can be deemed to be a domestic extremist. So this can all come back to bite us. So I think, just briefly to wrap up, my concerns about privacy are twofold. First of all, how it impacts on the personal, the individual, in terms of how we begin to inhibit what we do. And this, of course, then multiplies up to the society-wide level, where we all inhibit how we express ourselves. We censor, we self-censor what we read and what we write, what we watch, which books we choose to look at, and also how we communicate with our friends, with our relationships, and also, crucially, how we involve ourselves as citizens politically. Do we want to put out there that we've been on this demonstration? Do we want to plan our activist activities on Facebook? Because then, of course, they know exactly what we're planning. So all these things are corrosive for the individual, but also highly toxic for a free society. And that is why privacy was enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, along with all the other basic rights put in place to protect we the people against encroaching fascist or totalitarian states. And this is a right that can feel nebulous. Everyone agrees we shouldn't torture people. Well, apart from the American military, of course. Everyone agrees that we should not be extrajudicially murdered, apart from the American government, of course. These are basic rights. Privacy is more difficult to define, but it is the bedrock of all these other rights. It is our last line of defense against encroaching authoritarianism, which we are facing. And that's not to say there are not real, present and serious threats out there. I live in Brussels, and I'm concerned that I might not be able to fly back home after this event. The city is in lockdown. And, of course, the state is doing its best to protect its citizens. But rather than just allowing this encroaching police state to continue to exist, we also need to ensure that there is still a healthy debate and a healthy awareness of other rights for we, the people. And that's what we want to try and explore today in greater depth. And we want to come up with constructive and fun solutions so that we can protect our basic way of life. Thank you very much.
Okay, now for the tedious bit. Before I start to explore with you some of the objectives of today, I should just say a word about Code Red, because we're hoping maybe some of you might like to become involved in this. This began about 2.5 years ago, this initiative. I'd started an organization called Privacy International, which is kind of the main privacy NGO in the world. And I decided it was time to move on. So I spent more than a year going across the world, having public meetings to find out what it is that's going wrong with the fight for liberties and freedom and privacy. And it took not very long to understand that there were two fundamental problems. The first was that we all produce information. Everybody in this room produces information, important data, inventions, techniques, patents, blogs and articles. We all produce them, campaigns. And we want the world to hear about them. But of course, if you're publishing it in Sweden, you can bet almost nobody in America or Britain is going to get to hear about it. And the same if we publish something in the UK, almost nobody in Russia will get to hear about it. So this is a huge problem we have to deal with. How do we get technologists to talk to lawyers, to talk to policymakers? So we started developing a system, which I'll tell you about in a minute, called the Freedom Index, which is causing a lot of interest around the world. And the second project, the second problem that we identified is that if we are to have trust in governments, I mean, Annie talks about the failure of British security and why she had to go on the run. You talk about, for example, the problems with the American government. We've got Bill Binney over here. Bill, former technical director of the NSA, was effectively framed by the government, threatened. Forged documents were used against him to silence him. These are activities which do not build trust with the public, and they are simply wrong. They are criminal. Even worse, politicians across the world and governments do not have integrity in the claims they make. So how can the public trust a government that makes an assertion for the need for privacy invasion when those assertions are absolutely incorrect? For example, after the latest Paris killings, Edward Snowden was horribly maligned by the French government and by the American government because it was said that his promotion of encryption had allowed the terrorists to conduct this horrific attack. Well, it turns out, after all of that, that the events were organized through unencrypted SMS. There was no apology, there was no clarification made to the public, but a lot of lurid headlines that were supposed to make sure the public supported these stronger legislative measures by government. So that level of integrity, and by the way, the Swedish government's caught up in this, I'll tell you about that in a moment, that level of integrity has got to be tested. It has got to be fixed. So Code Red is involved now in a series of projects. Annie and I are the co-directors of Code Red, and there are several of our advisors here in the room, including Bill and Cynthia McKinney. But one of them, which could interest some of the people here, on this question of how do we get information out there, the right information to the right people, we came up with this. We thought, well, let's build a huge clearinghouse. Well, that's not going to work. There are thousands of silos already out there. We don't know where they are. But working with the American Library Association and other groups, we came up with this idea of a 12-digit index number. And you simply use an app, of course, for everything, but use an app. It generates the number for you that is unique to the content of what you're publishing and unique to the language. So you can find out in minute detail everything that is out there on the internet, regardless of language, regardless of discipline or location. And we stick a Wayback Machine at the end to make sure it doesn't disappear. And we have a control field at the end, which is the 12th digit, where we can revoke the data, we can keep the data secret, and we've been talking to a lot of groups, human rights groups, about this, and this applies to the entire human rights field. So that, we believe, is critically important, but not necessarily central to what we're talking about today. It's the integrity issue. It's how we deal with governments and their claims and the imposition. Now, dare I, in a Swedish audience, mention the name Julian Assange? I don't want to talk about Julian Assange. I want to talk about the Swedish government's response to Julian Assange. Let's focus on that. Whatever you think of Julian Assange, put that aside. The Swedish government, your Department of Justice and higher, the prosecutor's office and so on, all made a claim over 2 years that they could not interview Assange in London. All right? This was a claim that was made at the highest levels of government. It turned out to be a complete lie. The Swedish government interviewed 144 defendants, 144 people who were being prosecuted, in the same period that Assange was in the embassy. Now, this wasn't a mistake. This was a constructed deception by the Swedish government, by the Justice Department. This was not just a lie, it was an obstruction of justice. Were the Americans stirring the pot behind the scenes? Who knows? What I do know is that when we talk about the integrity of government assertions, government shouldn't lie. And whatever you think of the Assange case, the one thing I would imagine that you would all agree with is that the Swedish government should be whiter than white. It should be pure. What it says should be true. It should not be an obstruction. It should not be a deception. Then you are free to make your own decisions about whatever the circumstances. Now, here we are with this heightened terrorist alert, as Annie mentioned, in Brussels. The whole city has been shut down. This is going to happen increasingly across Europe. But we are hearing about assertions for the need for greater security from governments who have already been caught out lying and deceiving. So the level of integrity of these institutions is critically important to the way we, as their subjects, are supposed to respect their decisions. I think the Swedish, I could be wrong, but from my conversations, the Swedish are a respectful nation when it comes to authority. Am I right in saying that? Generally respectful. You don't see anarchy on the streets of Sweden, apart from, as we discussed this morning, things like the television license, which people don't like. But but take that aside. It seems to me, and certainly as we've been testing the integrity project, as we call it, across different European countries, that there is a general acceptance that the law must be generally respected, authority should be respected, but there is an expectation that that authority should be respectful to the truth and respectful to people. What Annie and I would assert is that that is simply not the case. Governments are more closed, they are more deceptive. The claims they are making cannot and are not tested on a foundation of evidence. And this is one of the things we're going to be doing throughout this coming 6 months, is creating a kind of checklist for governments and for people. So if, for example, the Swedish government tomorrow said, we're going to raise the terror alert, the security alert, threat alert. We are going to repeal certain laws that protect your privacy. We are going to call maybe for constitutional changes. How do you, the people, test the assertions of government? In Britain, when we tried to do this, every single checkbox failed. Britain has become so deceptive with its people that it will just outright lie to maintain the security hierarchy. I mean, every time there's an inquiry, for example, into the security services, it doesn't happen often, I can tell you, they just make up figures about how many terrorist threats they've started. I mean, the last time we had, this is after the Snowden disclosures, we had the three, I call them the, 2 minutes? We had, as I call them, the three stooges, the heads of the three main security agencies, all together. And they just came up with a figure. Oh, we stopped 57 terrorist attacks. But if you listened to the Home Secretary last week, apparently it was only 7. So what is the figure? They just make this stuff up. So certainly what I would like to see come out of today is a discussion amongst all of us about what is it that you and this country expect from your politicians, from your officials. What is it that we can do to improve the situation, to improve that trust and respect, and ultimately the security of this country? Because you can bet the security of Sweden is not going to be improved by having politicians out of control making groundless assertions. And that's what you'll hear from all the speakers today. You will hear the importance of this test that we need to establish, and I'd like you to be part of that if you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Simon. Now we're going to move on to the segment where we have a number of key speakers from around the world who are all experts in their respective fields. To start the day, we have a real treat for you. A good friend of mine and a wonderful woman. She's Dr. Cynthia McKinney, who is a former Democrat member of the US House of Representatives. In fact, she was the first African-American woman from Georgia, first African-American woman to be elected to that House. Since then, she has been a vocal critic of the government's response to issues such as Hurricane Katrina and also to the Palestine issue. And in fact, in 2008, Cynthia made international headlines when her boat was rammed by the Israeli military as she was attempting to deliver medical supplies to Gaza. So she's a fearless woman who goes out there on the front line as well. In 2008, she also received the US presidential nomination for the Green Party, and she has a huge depth of knowledge about the political system, the democratic deficit that is evolving in America. So I would like to call her up to the stage. I'm very honoured to have her fly in just for this day, I think from Bangladesh and then back onto the Middle East afterwards. So this is very much a flying visit. And Cynthia, are you coming up?
As soon as we get this theme.
Wonderful. You're in for a real treat. She'll be speaking for about 30 minutes, and let's see where we go with this.
Okay.
Cynthia,
the
stage is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Annie, and thank you so much, Steve. Oh, and I got to be up there all by myself? Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, I spent the better part of this morning preparing some remarks for you. And basically what they do is they, I believe, amplify everything that Annie and Stephen have said so far. I hope I don't take 30 minutes. I rarely speak for that long. But I want to start by saying thank you to all of you for being here, and thanks to the sponsors for allowing us to be here. And I have a personal hero. Well, actually, you know, sort of Annie is my hero, and but I didn't know that Bill Binney was going to be here, and oh my gosh, you know. So I think you really are in for a treat. That's not just me, but the entire panel of people who will be presenting today. I believe this meeting is important because it's still possible, I believe, to transform our societies into peaceful and respectful communities. And I still believe that it's possible for us to have governments that are transparent and accountable, with elected officials who have integrity. Despite today's bleak landscape of war, pestilence, hatred, division, and disease, I believe transformation is possible because today's problems were all created by man, and a different set of human beings can eliminate them. But too often we rely on the very same individuals and the very same unchanged organizations that created the problems to provide the solutions. And transformation is not going to happen that way. In the 1960s, Malcolm X and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. provided powerful commentary that is useful even today. Malcolm X said that we are political chumps if we repeatedly give our political power to the very people who oppress us. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. observed that the world was filled with guided missiles, but was misled by misguided men. Today, we are saddled, well, I would add also misguided women. Today, we are saddled with governments that say one thing and do another. It seems that no lie is too big or too bold for them to utter. I remember when I was first sworn into the U.S. Congress back in the early 1990s, we received a delegation of European parliamentarians because they were concerned about U.S. spying. Back then, the buzzwords were carnivore, echelon, and magic lantern. All innovations that stripped global citizens of any pretense of privacy. Cooperation among the governments of the US, the UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, dubbed the Five Eyes, allowed certain individuals embedded inside these governments to rip to shreds any pretense of constitutional government and even guarantees of privacy. Also, if you ask me, it looks like some kind of global spying apartheid that builds on the existing global political and economic apartheid architecture. For example, how did Sweden decide to participate in the destruction of Libya? How does something like that happen? I was in Libya during the time of the bombing. I know what it's like to be in a city like Stockholm and have 89 bunker buster bombs fall in one day. That is terror. And just like with the Iraq War and the Vietnam War before that, the wars that destroyed Libya and that are destroying Syria are based on lies. Lies that our governments told us in order to garner our silence during their total destruction of the homes and the way of life of other peoples. All for the political gains of certain individuals inside our governments. The people never benefit from the diversion to wars of state resources that could be better spent on infrastructure, education, healthcare, and technological innovation that helps people at home and abroad. The demonized government of Cuba exports doctors to heal the peoples of the world and trains free of charge people from all over the world, more than 100 countries, who want to become doctors. The only commitment they have to make is that they will go back home and treat the poor. But we are told that the current policies of homicide, genocide, ecocide, and sociocide are really for peace. That private debt-based banking and economic organization is our liberation. That we are exceptional, and that is why we are strong. It's really just something that George Orwell warned us of a long time ago. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. We chose democracy over tyranny. And therefore, this wasn't supposed to happen to us. But was it Democrats or tyrants who asked us to make the choice? I think the answer is clear. So what do we do about it now? In the US, we had one president who tried to change the formula, and his brains were blown out in front of everyone in broad open daylight. Of course, I'm talking about President John F. Kennedy. He was a round peg, elected in a square hole world. Our challenge then is to change the world to make it safe for us round pegs. In the past, too many were willing to go along with the lies that were told to justify certain actions. Too few of us heeded the calls of our visionaries to protect the future from the architects of today's misfortune. Visionaries are usually the round pegs that don't fit into society's square holes, and so are customarily derided, discounted, and discarded. They are subjected to soft repression, ridicule, stigma, and silencing. They become the object of the media's blood sport, and worse. I know because I've been there. Why does this fate too often befall our round pegs? Because it is the ideas of these very people that can produce the kind of transformation that I think people all over the world are craving right now. The few of us round pegs who questioned what our governments were doing were treated with disdain for the discord that we promoted. Others failed to appreciate that the critique that we offered was our way of thinking about and asking others to think about the values that are really important to all of us. We want our countries to engage in this kind of public thinking out loud. But until then, until now, we haven't really had the reach to make that kind of public engagement possible. But now we do. In order for us to have the deep transformational change that I believe many in the world now want, I believe we now need to create a new kind of common sense and a new kind of conventional wisdom. Therefore, I call upon all of us to remain the round pegs that we already are and to forego trying to fit so neatly into this social order. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s wife, Coretta, said, "It is no measure of health to be well adjusted to such a sick society." Mario Savio said, "There's a time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part." And here I have a video of Mario Savio. It's just 1 minute, but in that 1 minute, that young man who died in poverty said so much that represents me right now. And you've got to say to the owners of the machine that it's got to stop. Can you believe that was the 1960s? And but that's where I am right now today, and that's why I'm with you today. The existing system of injustice has harsh ways to deal with its critics. Barrett Brown and Chelsea Manning are in prison. Eric Snowden, living in exile. Julian Assange, wanted for arrest. And Aaron Swartz, well, he isn't even living at all. But the spirit of these unruly people lives within us. Their missions were important if we are to enjoy freedom and open systems of governance. I've even myself been called unruly. And now I say, long live the unruly. But shockingly, those who created this world order get promotions and manufactured adoration from the crowds. They even become presidents and prime ministers. Even so, we must never stop demanding transparency, accountability, and integrity in our governmental institutions and from those who are elected to serve us. In fact, they demand the same transparency of us, that we are not allowed to have privacy, even though it is protected in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and in many of our national constitutions. However, even with these odds stacked against us, I believe that our time has come and we have a short window of opportunity to fight back and attain the deep transformational change that most people want. Already, some scholars are touting the internet as the means by which we can institutionalize direct democracy. Already, internet transactions are being used in some countries, like my own adopted country, Bangladesh, to take out the middleman and eliminate temptations for bribery and other forms of corruption. Already, we round pegs are able to connect with millions of others of us globally, and in local cases have used these social connections to empower ourselves and make significant local change by directly challenging non-transparent government decisions. I can imagine a truly transparent, accountable political system. I can imagine that we can use our power, the power of our social connections, to do it. As I travel today from place to place, it's clear to me that people recognize the falsity of what is being told to them. The backward bending supply curve, the Laffer curve that was made so famous long ago in economics, I think it's clearly evident today. Fewer and fewer people believe what we are being told, even though it's repeated more and more. For the time being, the torch is being passed to a new generation, as President Kennedy said in his inaugural address. And that is to you, the internet technocrats, upon whom all the rest of us rely. And so the question I ask you, what are your values? What do you stand for? While the internet originally was created to liberate the US military, I believe a window has been opened for us to use it for our own liberation. What we have not done sufficiently is to provide the infrastructure of political leadership so that those who really do think and believe like us have real choices and real alternatives to the politicians of today. We need a political leadership infrastructure working right alongside your technological leadership. Political and technological, sharing the same values. That is what I believe is available to us right now. And if we don't, by the time the current crowd of power wielders is done with us, the world will be connected from the clothes that we wear, to the appliances that we use in our home, to the cars that we drive, and the cities in which we live. Our world will really be the Borg, and we'll all be 7 of 9 struggling to remain free, to be an individual, maintaining our humanity and our dignity. I'm happy to be here to embark on this journey with you, working together. I know we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. Is this working? It is. Thank you so much, Cynthia, for an amazingly rousing speech. And I think you encapsulated the importance of how we communicate and our privacy in so doing, in order to ensure that we have the capability to push back as required, both from authoritarian government tendencies and also from the corporate authoritarianism that we're beginning to see today. As Cynthia mentioned, of course, we have this wonderful opportunity with the internet to communicate and to organize and to maintain our humanity. And yet, of course, the internet has been so under threat, not just from government surveillance, where they want to see what we are saying and who we are speaking to, but also from corporate surveillance, where they want to inhibit the sort of information we can freely exchange over the internet by draconian application of things like copyright laws. So I think it's a crucial moment in history, a pivotal moment in history, in fact, where the freedom of the internet hangs in the balance. And this is where I've become such a fan of the sort of hacker scene, the hacktivist scene, who push back and develop tools for all of us to protect those very fundamental issues out there on the internet. So thank you for pulling all that together so well. Next, we have our second speaker, called Glyn Moody, who is a journalist, a blogger, and a speaker. He writes about surveillance, digital rights, and trade agreements, mostly in Tech Dirt in the US and Ars Technica in the UK. He started writing and lecturing about business use of the internet in early 1994 and about free software in 1995. In 1997, he wrote the first mainstream feature about GNU Linux, which appeared in Wired magazine. He's also an amazingly well-known and respected activist, trying to push back against these regional trade agreements, such as TTIP, the Transatlantic Trade Investment Partnership, which has fundamental issues of threatening, again, our basic way of life and our basic democracies in Europe. Glyn, unfortunately, was unable to join us in person today because of family issues, but he has agreed to give his presentation by video, which I hope we can see against the bright sunshine behind. So he'll be joining us from the UK and should be online now. Don't you just love technology when it works? Please work. Hello, Glyn. Are you there?
Hello.
Hello, Glyn. You made it. Welcome. Welcome. We've got a packed house here today to hear you, so I give you the floor for 20 minutes. Enjoy.
Okay, so I hope that you can now see my presentation. So thanks very much for inviting me. I'm sorry I can't be with you, but I'm really delighted to be talking about what seems to be a fairly obscure subject, which is trade deals. Now, why am I talking about this? Well, it turns out that they actually have a lot of implications for the internet and many other areas. So, sorry, let's get this. Technology is letting me down here. Okay. All right, just got to stop. Go to a different one. Okay, so these new trade deals are a sequence to a whole bunch of really boring deals, which I'm sure many of you know about, things like the Doha round or the WTO talks, which was actually a follow-up to a previous round, the Uruguay round of WTO talks. What I want to talk about are a new kind of generation of trade deals, which are basically Western countries and companies taking a new approach to trade deals. And that's replacing what was called the multilateral consensus, whereby everyone got in a room, hundreds of people, and agreed on something, with a plurilateral club agreement, which is just basically a few people who agree on a particular aspect, getting together and ignoring what anyone else says. So I'll be talking about three in particular: TPP, TTIP, and TISA. TPP is the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, and that started way back in 2005 as a very tiny little trade agreement between these particular countries, not particularly important. But then 2008, all these other countries joined in. In particular, the United States joined in, and that turned it into a huge regional strategic move to try to set the terms for trade in the whole Pacific region. And those negotiations actually concluded just recently, the 5th of October 2015. So that means that we finally have the text, all 6,194 pages of it, 30 chapters, 48 annexes, related instruments, and side chapters. And the whole thing was negotiated in secret during those 10 years. So it's the first time we've actually been able to see everything. And we saw it on the 5th of November. Now, what's interesting about these deals is that while they're being negotiated, they're secret. So we can't actually see what's going on or make any comments. Once they've been finished, we get to see the text where we can't change anything. They're set in stone. So this new generation of trade deal has this strange property that the public can give no input. Because if we look at what TPP does for the internet, for example, this is just a very tiny part of those 6,000 pages. One thing it says is that you can't have data export restrictions. As I'm sure many of you know, there's been a very important Court of Justice of the European Union judgment recently that said that something called the Safe Harbor Framework, which controls the flow of personal data from Europe to America, is no longer valid. And therefore, there are issues about whether data can be exported from the EU. TPP says that you can't start putting restrictions on data. You've got to allow that free flow. Moreover, you can't impose local data storage requirements. Interestingly, Microsoft recently just started offering a cloud service in Germany whereby it promises that your data will stay in Germany. So Microsoft is actually meeting this need, but TPP would stop that. Copyright is another hugely important issue, especially for the internet. And I'm sure many of you remember ACTA, the Anti-Counterfeiting Trade Agreement from 2012. Basically, the worst parts of ACTA are in TPP. So it turns internet service providers into copyright police. So if a copyright holder says there's something being shared that shouldn't be, then it can ask the ISP to take it down. And the ISP has very strong incentives to do so because it's basically covered by immunity if it takes down too much stuff, but it may be in trouble if it doesn't. So there's clearly going to be a huge chilling effect. It also introduces criminal penalties for sharing, not just civil ones, but criminal ones. Again, this was all in ACTA, and we thought we'd got rid of this, but it seems to be coming back. Something very new and very worrying is that TPP criminalizes whistleblowing for both journalists and traditional whistleblowers. It talks about revealing trade secrets held in a computer system. And this gives some indication that TPP is not your traditional trade agreement, because, I mean, you know, whistleblowing journalism isn't traditionally part of those trade agreements. And that's even more the case for the one I'm going to mainly talk about, which is the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, which began more recently, a couple of years back, because it's between the EU and the US, and it narrows that plurilateral approach down to bilateral approach. And it really complements TPP. If you think that TPP is trying to set the agenda for the Pacific region, then TTIP is basically trying to do the same for the Atlantic. And it goes far beyond TPP and even further away from classic trade deals, which are really about those kind of boring tariffs and import duties. TTIP goes much beyond that. So what are the benefits of TTIP? Because when they announced it 2 years ago, they claimed that this would give this wonderful boost to the EU economy and the US economy for free. In other words, we wouldn't have to actually invest money. It would all just magically happen. And they commissioned a study to show this. This London-based CPR predicted a boost of 119 billion euros for Europe and 95 billion euros for the US, which sounds really great. So these figures were bandied around a great deal when it was first announced. What they didn't say was that those figures refer to the ambitious scenario. In other words, this is best case. What they didn't say was that this was after 10 years, in 2027, after the TTIP has been in place for 10 years. So if you work that out, that's actually an extra 0.05% extra GDP boost per year, which, speaking as a mathematician, is pretty much indistinguishable from zero, because the econometric models used to produce that figure really aren't that accurate. Another interesting fact which nobody mentions is that there have been no estimate of the costs of TTIP. People only ever talk about the benefits, and they're pretty small anyway. Now, that same CEPR study, which, by the way, was paid for by the European Commission, it wasn't paid for by some anti-trade group. I mean, this is likely to be somewhat biased in favor of TTIP. It analyzed that GDP boost and found that only 20% of whatever figure it did produce would come from removing tariffs. This is a standard way you do trade deals. And that's because tariffs between the EU and the US are all already very low. So where's that other 80% coming from? Well, it's coming from removing what they call non-tariff barriers, which sounds pretty good. You want to get rid of barriers, but what exactly are these? Well, they're regulations. One of the things that companies in both partners complain about is the fact that when they sell in two markets, the US and the EU, they have to obey two sets of regulations. So they say, wouldn't it be great if we got rid of these non-tariff barriers, these regulations that get in the way of us selling easily? Which sounds good until you start to think what those regulations are. Well, they're health and safety regulations. They're regulations about the environment, labor, finance. They're things like the European Union's bans on GMOs, banning washing chickens in chlorine. So for citizens, those non-tariff barriers are actually welfare enhancing. They're part of our culture. They're things that we've decided as Europeans and indeed as Americans that we want our society to do. And they are fruits of democracy. These things have been decided democratically over the years. But TTIP will have none of that. TTIP thinks that they are trade irritants. They just get in the way of trade. So how do you tackle non-tariff barriers? Well, you could, if you've got two standards, you could level down. But the European Union, conscious that this doesn't look too good, it says, well, we won't do that. Trouble is, you can't really level up either, because the US chicken producers and the cattle associations says they want nothing to do with the communistic European Union approach to things. So you could go for mutual recognition. You could say, well, let's treat both of them as equal. Well, how does that work out in practice? Well, let's look at chemicals in cosmetics. In the EU, there are 1,300 ingredients banned from chemicals in cosmetics. In America, it's 11. So if you had mutual recognition, potentially there are 1,289 chemicals banned in the EU that could still be used in US products sold here. So that doesn't work either. So the only thing you can do when you've got this divergent set of standards is to try to bring them together in the future. Regulatory chapter hopes to do. And we actually have a copy of the European Union's proposal for that. And what it suggests is that when you bring in new regulations, you must have stakeholder consultations. You must ask all the companies involved what they think of it. You must conduct impact assessments, and these are economic impact assessments. They're not environmental or anything else. And you must set up a regulatory cooperation body, and that will essentially vet new regulations to make sure that they promote trade. I mean, this will be the actual criterion by which they judge new regulations. And so, as you can see, what this essentially creates are huge opportunities for lobbying and for legal challenges, because if any of these things aren't done, or they aren't done in the way that the companies like, then they will take court action. And so the whole regulatory approach of convergence is effectively a ratchet on regulations, because if a regulation is brought in that would strengthen the protection for the environment, that would obviously reduce profits. And so companies would fight that. But if a regulation were brought in that weakened protection for the environment, that would probably increase profits. And so the corporations would be fine with that. And so it gives this really worrying power to companies to shape the rules, not just of business, but talking of which, I'm sure that many of you by now have heard of the Investor State Dispute Settlement Mechanism, ISDS, which is this extraordinary mechanism whereby a company can sue an entire country. And it's done in front of a secret tribunal of 3 corporate lawyers. The lawyers have no conflict of interest, so they can actually work for the companies that they later judge. There are no limits to the awards. Recently, an ISDS tribunal made an award of $50 billion against Russia. Now, it might be interesting trying to collect that from Mr. Putin, but still, it's quite impressive. There are no appeals against the awards. So you've got this extraordinary parallel justice system. Some examples, which again, some of you may have heard of, give an idea of what's going on. Philip Morris, the tobacco company, is suing Australia and Uruguay because they dared to bring in some tobacco reduction measures, trying to save a few lives. But Philip Morris says, well, if you bring that in, we're going to sell fewer cigarettes. So this is an expropriation of our future profits. If you want to bring in these measures, you've got to pay us for the profits that we would have made had you not brought them in. By the way, Uruguay, we know, is being sued by Philip Morris for $2 billion, which I think is a pretty hefty chunk of its entire health budget. So it gives you a kind of context of what Philip Morris is trying to do. In Canada, there's a very interesting case. Eli Lilly, the drug maker, the US drug maker, originally obtained some patents for drugs. And then upon review, the patent office said, well, actually, these aren't worthy of patents because, you know, they're rubbish. And Eli Lilly said, well, that doesn't matter. We would have got, you know, profits had you not revoked these patents. So you owe us $500 million for the indirect expropriation of future profits. And that is still going through the courts. And there's another very worrying effect, which is that the ISDS can have a chilling effect on new legislation. We know this again from poor Canada, which has been hit more than most countries. In the 1990s and early 2000s, it was thinking about bringing in new environmental regulations, and it received letters from lawyers in the US saying, well, you can bring them in, but if you do, we're going to sue you for billions for the indirect expropriation that will cause us. And surprisingly enough, Canada never brought you. Well, there have been 127 ICS cases since 1994. We only know the results of 67 because the others are completely secret and we know nothing about them. 30 billion euros were claimed and 3.5 billion were awarded. Now, the thing about TTIP is that currently very few American companies can sue the European Union because they don't, the current treaties don't allow that. But with under TTIP, you basically get 20,000 US companies with 50,000 subsidiaries would, at a stroke, be able to sue both the European Union and the member states. ICS, worryingly, isn't just about future investments. It would cover all the past investments. And the US has currently 1.5 trillion euros of investments in Europe. So you can see the scope for these massive lawsuits against the European Union is enormous, given the range of investments they've made. Worryingly, it's likely to cover copyright and patents. Now, imagine a situation where the European Union or a member state wanted to reduce the term of copyright from its currently absurd life plus 70 years to life, or even the original 28 years of 1710. In such case, clearly, US publishers would say, well, hang on, that's an indirect expropriation of all the profits we would have had you not done that. So there's this ratchet effect, which again stops countries and indeed the European Union from contemplating action that might lead to these ICS lawsuits. Indeed, the system is so bad, even the European Commission is proposing to replace it by something it calls the investment court system. Now, many people have said this is just putting lipstick on a pig because it still gives corporates the right to sue countries. It still gives them a unique tribunal. It still places them outside domestic legal systems. But it shows that even the European Commission recognizes that ISS is a really bad thing. So I'd just like to conclude with a few words about the third international trade agreement, which is TISA, the Trade in Services Agreement. This complements TPP and TTIP because it's about liberalizing services. TTIP and TPP are really about goods. It was launched about the same time as TTIP in 2013 by the charmingly named Really Good Friends of Services, which, as you can tell, is another plurilateral club. It's 23 WTO members. And this is about, as I say, liberalizing services. And there's an interesting clause in it, which basically says if you don't exclude something now, you can't ever exclude it in the future, this so-called negative listing. And in particular, any future services, which you obviously can't exclude now because they don't exist, will automatically be covered by TISA and automatically liberalized. And it even has things called a standstill and ratchet clause explicitly about locking in certain kinds of behavior. And so to conclude, I'd just like to look at that aspect of locks and ratchets, things like ISDS, the regulatory chill, the regulatory harmonization, negative listing, standstill. These are all locks and ratchets designed to constrain a signatory government's future actions. They are designed to set down what it can and can't do. In fact, they inevitably force governments to move in one direction towards deregulation and liberalization. But most worryingly, they actually render the views of the public irrelevant, because even if 99% of the public don't want deregulation or don't want liberalization, the government will say, well, sorry, we have to do this because we signed these treaties. And parenthetically, there are various penalties that can be imposed on countries that don't follow through. So it's not that they have an option, or at least not an easy option. So by signing these treaties, the governments are actually tying their own hands. And that means that fundamentally, these so-called trade agreements, which aren't really about trade at all, they're about not just undermining democracy, but by bypassing it completely. And so to conclude, to answer my own question, what we're really trading away when we do these trade deals, we're actually trading away democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Glyn, for that very powerful and detailed talk. I think I take away two key fears from that. First of all, if TTIP goes through, I'm going to have to stop wearing so much makeup, which would be tragic for me and the rest of the world, because I'm not wearing stuff that's full of all these toxins the Americans currently put in their makeup. But on a more serious level, I think, you stated very, very clearly how these trade agreements bypass and subvert our democratic frameworks within Europe. And I think this is something very key, particularly as these agreements are being made in secret. Our democratic representatives in the European Parliament, many of them are not allowed to even read the terms of these agreements. They're just told to sign them into law. And I think that is a very dangerous path to go down. It takes me back to the quote, famous quote from the Italian Second World War dictator Benito Mussolini. And his definition of fascism was the merger of the corporate and the state. And I think these trade agreements are the exemplar of fascism, if you use that definition. So thank you very much, Glyn. I wish you could have been here in person.
Yeah,
it was absolutely fascinating.
Anyway, thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you.
Bye.
Our next speaker is Peter Wright, who is a solicitor and managing director of Digital Law UK, the only law firm in the UK specialising solely in data protection, privacy, security, and social media law. His clients cover the creative and digital industries, the public sector, representative and regulatory bodies, financial institutions, and large multinational organisations. Digital Law UK also benefits from an association with international legal consulting and has clients across Europe and North America. Peter is also the chair of the Law Society's Technology and Law Reference Group, which gives him a far wider international reach as well. So can I welcome up Peter Wright? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed for that very warm introduction. Morning, everyone. I decided to do without any slides today because it's so sunny. I thought you'd probably have difficulty seeing them anyway. But I just wanted to start off just by giving you an interesting example in terms of how technology is affecting things to such a great extent. I flew in fairly late last night into Stockholm Airport, and we were waiting for a cab for a while, and then we actually got into one. And it's quite interesting as the actual door handles, as the driver unlocked it, the handles actually extended outwards. And I thought, what's this? Am I getting into an Aston Martin or something? And it wasn't. It was a Tesla. Has anyone been in a Tesla? A few hands. I thought if the whole audience goes up and everyone drives Teslas over here and I'm talking about this and they're like, well, we're used to this, although this isn't going to work. But only a few hands went up. So a beautiful car this thing was. The taxi driver says, oh, this is worth €1,000,000. I thought, whoa, this is incredible. It had a beautiful big touch screen on the dashboard, and it had a little pin showing exactly where the vehicle was as it went through. Literally, it was like the Google Maps display. And he says, oh, this is really nice. And he pressed another button, and then it showed what it would be like in daylight. You know, the overhead shot of everything all around as we go through all the industrial parks on the way into the city centre. And then he's saying, you know, how, I mean, it's silent as well, which is, it's funny how you get used to it very quickly. At first you're thinking, this is incredible. You know, there's no noise. The acceleration was phenomenal, as he showed me a few times. I think we may have gone over the speed limit, but I'll let him get away with that. But the really interesting bit was when he then said, oh, you can control this from anywhere. Really? And he says, yes, my brother-in-law can control this from his laptop. So he can open and close the windows, and he can put the sunroof up, and he'll do this to keep me awake and have a bit of a laugh. That's interesting. I said, of course, I was doing this one time, and I had one of the Swedish ministers of state in the back of the car, and he started opening and closing the windows, and the sunroof's going up, and he's like sending text saying, please stop doing this. I've got a fare, and it's an important one. But it just illustrated the point. As it was, the Minister of State wasn't too upset, and he just said it was a ghost anyway that was opening and closing the doors. So I think he managed to get away with that. But it illustrates fairly powerfully the Internet of Things and the Internet of Cars and the way that we can now use technology to control so much. The number of times when I sort of speak to people who are in security, and they'll say, oh, well, yeah, but I say in terms of physical security. If you're at a networking event and someone's saying, oh, I put in burglar alarms, and now we can put this little camera here, and look, I put this into a client's home the other week, and look, we can see it on here, and there you go. And I'm thinking, that's nice, but who else could easily get in and see that? Because all this information is now easily shared, so easily available. And it's interesting, there's really not much of a focus at the moment, particularly when I mean, a lot of my clients, as Annie said, are international organizations, regulators, and very often I'll end up talking to people about the impact of this. And very often they'll say, oh, well, we previously went to, some big law firm like a DLA or whatever for this advice, but actually wanted to get something specialist because we didn't know exactly where we could go. And that's where people like me come in. So I run the only firm that focuses solely on these sorts of surveillance issues and privacy and security and data transfer stuff in the UK. I'm pleased to say there's now a similar firm in Germany, just because one of the guys we sometimes work with in Hamburg I was talking to last week, and he said, oh, actually, I'll give you my new details because we're setting up a new firm totally focused on this as well. So I can tell you there is a similar firm now in Germany called Planet Legal that does the same thing. So he's clearly identified a need, but he said, oh, we're 2 years behind you now, so he's trying to catch up. But that Tesla thing, it shows how the Internet of Things is there and all this data is out there. And then you start thinking, well, what if this control is abused? In the same way that the taxi driver's brother-in-law was abusing that level of control, really. It's like, yes, you can do this, but please don't do it at, at important times. And it's almost like that when we start to think about the collection of data that can happen. And of course, we're very much aware of some of the issues in terms of how governments can control our data and bring it all in and look at it, and obviously we're very acutely aware of this in the last week. Obviously there have been the issues internationally this week, and there's also, of course, in the box office at the moment, there's a very interesting documentary all about privacy and surveillance called Spectre, I think it is. And it's interesting on that, 30 years ago when we wanted to talk about, 40 years ago when we wanted to talk about the idea of the villain and his plot to take over the world, and he'd have a hollowed out volcano and missiles and rockets, and now he has a hollowed out crater with big servers in it looking at people's data. This is if producers have got 200 million, what's the worst possible threat we can come up with? It's a man looking through your data on Facebook. That's the worst thing they could come up with, but it kind of illustrated the fact that we're obviously very concerned about this, and it's a threat everyone can relate to. In such a way. In the UK, it's an interesting time to be engaged in this field. It's 2015, which is the anniversary of 1215 and Magna Carta, this document that was signed by the king giving power to the barons in medieval England. And as a result, when it came up to this big anniversary, the government said, right, well, we'll do something to commemorate this. And they had all these world international bar leaders into London for a big global law summit. And then they had a big ceremony at Runnymede where the document was actually signed. So you've got judges and lawyers and people, and the Prime Minister who stands up to say how much the rule of law is so important to him and how important it is to the government, how it's important to celebrate these values at this time. And you think, well, that's all well and good, but then you start to look and think at some of the things they've been trying to propose, some of the laws they currently have in place. We have certain things like the Regulation and Investigatory Powers Act in the UK, which gives quite wide sweeping powers to the security services. And they're now looking at something which is a draft Investigatory Powers Act that will give the government even more wider power. This was originally proposed a couple of weeks back, and there were big debates in Parliament on it, and the Home Secretary stood up. And in the way that we've come used to of our politicians, we were just told, believe me, there is a risk out there, and this is why we need to have these controls in place. And then, of course, Paris happens a few weeks later, and everyone thinks, oh, well, obviously this must be, this is the reason why we need to have these things. So what was now supposed to be about 2 years during which this bill will be scrutinised before it becomes law, there's now talk of it becoming law in the UK potentially within the next 6 to 12 months, being rushed through on the back of the perceived threat that is out there. As a lawyer, one of the things that myself and my colleagues at the Law Society are very actively looking at is currently it has no controls or protections for things like legal privilege. And you may think, so what? That's a thing for lawyers, isn't it? Why do we have to worry about that? Well, the issue for legal privilege, of course, is it's the idea that you can discuss things with your lawyer, and that could be communications, anything from email to when you're having discussions with them. It could be even down to, in some instances, they may even record the meeting on a dictaphone, so they've got a transcript of it. And you like to think, and certainly you'd think that you have the control and the protection to think that all those discussions with your lawyers are privileged, i.e. they are confidential between you and the lawyer. Now, obviously, if you're going in and you're looking at your drafting your will or buying your house or doing something with your own assets, you think, well, I'd like to think no one else is going to be looking through that in great detail. You're even more worried about someone looking through that and seeing what's being said if it's a criminal matter, if you find yourself accused of something, and then you obviously need the lawyer to help you deal with those charges and defend your case. And you'd like to think, well, surely I know that what I'm talking about here with my lawyer is truly confidential. But under this Act, potentially, the government could take a good look, and the government's saying, well, we need to have a look, because what if it's someone that's been, is being charged with an issue around terrorism? We need to look at what they're talking about, and what if they start talking about, evidence and different things? But the issue's there, and I know this from experience, because while I've been practicing law now for 10 years, I originally started off practicing criminal law about 15 years ago as a sort of junior paralegal, and going along to prisons and interviewing people. And very often you'd take this great big document called a proof of evidence, and you would put into this document everything that the person told you. So even if you were defending certain charges, if it was something related to, say, one evening out that got heavily out of hand and led to them in the police station at 4 a.m., that could be that they've been charged with 3 different things over the fight that happened outside the kebab house, and who then gave who else a kicking and all this sort of stuff. But you would have to put together a full chronology, and you would have to get all the information and all the evidence from the client, so you can then start to corroborate and get further evidence. And of course, today you'd be looking at what was on social media, who shared what was on CCTV, and drawing all of this together. But you might not necessarily want to disclose all of that information to the prosecution if you could possibly help it. But you might have to discuss this stuff with your lawyer so you can get the best defence you can, because that is what you are entitled to. So you can get that defence, and it goes before the court of law, and they decide on it. However, if all of that information is then being looked at by the security services, and then that finds its way into the prosecution, and they start coming out with all of this stuff, it does become a significant concern. This has happened in the past. The UK government did intercede and intercept legally privileged communications in South Africa a few years ago, and there have been issues around that, but we are told by the powers that regulate GCHQ that they were trying to put this through, and it was all perfectly required and necessary. So therefore, when this Act is proposed, you then start to get really concerned about, well, what could this allow? What potential freedoms that we expect and the rights that we expect of being in a democracy do you then suddenly start to find being eroded? So one of the issues as well to look at here then is in terms of the control that could be authorised on that. And we're told that under this new proposed system, then the government could turn around and say, right, we would like to see this person's WhatsApp messages. We want to see their Facebook messages. We want to see anything they may have said on social media, the photos they may have uploaded on iCloud. They could basically have the power to ask an internet service provider or one of the tech giants out there, please provide this information. In theory, there will be a panel of judges, retired judges, who would look at this. And I thought, I've met retired judges. Some of them were quite impressed that they knew about email. If you start trying to explain to them how WhatsApp operates, good luck with that. Really good luck with that. There was a case in the UK a few years ago where a guy was actually convicted of making a threat on Twitter. And he basically sent a tweet after an airport had been closed due to snow on the runway. And he sent a tweet saying, Doncaster Airport's closed because of the snow. They better sort it out. I'm flying out of there next week, so they better sort it out or I'll blow it up. Not the funniest thing to go and say. Arguably, he was trying to be satirical, but he says that. Weeks later, someone who works in the airport is digging through on Twitter and sees this and reports it to a manager. And that manager then tells the police, and this guy's arrested and interviewed, and he's convicted. And in the judgments, which you can find online, the magistrate talked about a Twitter message. Now, everyone who uses Twitter knows full well that it's not obviously a Twitter message. It's a post. It's out there for everyone to see, so anyone could have seen it. But ultimately, the guy was convicted, so he appeals to the Crown Court, and the conviction is upheld. He has to go all the way to the appeal court before the Lord Chief Justice. Exactly named. This guy's surname was Lord Judge, so it's Lord Justice Judge, which means at some point in his career he was called Judge. Imagine the clerk reading that out. Yeah, okay. But so you have to go all the way to the top to then be persuaded by one of the top privacy and human rights barristers in the UK. This guy says, is there a privacy and freedom of speech issue here? And the barrister says, yes, there is. Quite a substantial one. In the public gallery for this hearing was Stephen Fry and Al Murray, the pub landlord, who were big comedians in the UK. And they were saying, if you're saying you can't say something silly on Twitter, when are we saying you can't say something silly in the pub? When are you saying that comedians can't rehearse their material? When are you saying that people can't be satirical, full stop, if you're going to criminalise these sorts of things? But getting to that point, having to go all that way to get a judge to understand that it wasn't a message, it wasn't a coded threat sent like an email, it was social media and how that worked, just shows that you can't necessarily sometimes be convinced of judges understanding how this stuff works. So then the idea of sitting down with a retired judge and saying, yeah, well, there's this clear terrorist threat, and there's this, and this, so that's why we want to look at these 1,500 accounts, please. Are they going to be really looking through that in detail? Oh, I'm convinced of the threat here, and here you go. And suddenly, the security services can look at just as much information as they would like to. There has been a service by YouGov, one of the big pollsters in the UK, and they've come back with information that 71% of people are not happy with the idea of this level of surveillance, particularly the idea of surveillance behind encryption, actually drilling into behind a internet service provider's SSL encryption and seeing exactly what's been said and what messages are exchanged and what's said on things like WhatsApp. People are very concerned about it. But if you were to stop someone in the street and say, are you really worried about the government looking at your private messages? You go, well, yes, of course I am. Flip that question around and say, would you like to help the police stop a terrorist threat? Well, of course I would, yes. And this is always, obviously, the difficulty. It's another reason why we can't really trust the pollsters, I suppose. And certainly after the UK election earlier this year, we certainly can't. But certainly the government now has said that they want to have a way into WhatsApp and they want to have a back door almost through encryption if they can, which is interesting because arguably this actually interferes and challenges the UK's own laws on data protection. I spend all my time advising my clients. Well, if you've got your personal data here, and it could be your employees' bank records or your HR records, this is what you need to do to protect them under the Act to make sure they're properly secure. And we suggest obviously encrypting it until no one else can look at it. But then arguably we're saying, no, the government wants a way through that. It's like, well, that breaches your own Data Protection Act, so good luck with that. And indeed, the previous speaker talked a little bit about the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership and the issues around data protection and data retention and indeed safe harbour. And we've been advising a lot of our clients recently on, therefore, on the back of that safe harbour decision and the fact that in theory, now you can't actually, you don't have the protections in place for if you send data transatlantic to the US. And I've had a number of lawyers getting in touch with me saying, well, what do I say to my clients now? If we had one law firm in London get in touch and they went, oh, we've got clients, big hedge fund in New York, and they've got a subsidiary in London, so we send all the records back and forth, and can we still do that? I said, well, arguably under safe harbour, no, you can't. You need to be very, very careful with how you do that. But then I said, well, really, though, safe harbour didn't make any difference in the first place. Because you were supposed to reaccredit every 12 months under safe harbour. And you self-accredited as well, so that made it was secure, didn't it? You go through and you tick, oh, yes, I can do this. I'm definitely secure and accredited under safe harbour. But very often, no one would do the reaccreditation anyway, and it wasn't exactly the most rigorous scheme in history. So it always was more of a sticking plaster, really. It was never a long-term solution. So it was always someone at some point was going to look at it and say, this really doesn't work. So what are we going to get in the future? It'll be something along the lines of regulation through either the European's General Data Protection Regulation or indeed what could come in under the investment partnership. And again, I was talking to a lawyer recently who said, oh, do you think all this will come in within the next 12 months? And I said, well, don't underestimate the power of the European Union to drench everything in treacle before we can really move further forward. One of the issues there is that the General Data Protection Regulation, for those who are really interested in this sort of stuff, is now the longest running piece of draft legislation in European history. It was introduced in 2012. It's had loads and loads of lobbying from people like Google and Facebook and Twitter saying, you know, be very, very careful with the protections and things you might want to put in place here. And as a result, it's just got slower and slower, and the implementation debt gets put further and further back. Who knows, on the back of things like TTIP, on the back of now of the bigger threats that we have in terms of data, and the fact that as well on the back of Snowden's revelations, of course, we're aware of some of these issues. I think there will be a desire from within the European Union to try and get something done. But I heard similar things when the Snowden revelations first hit, and yet here we are. There have been no massive big regulatory or legal changes yet. But something will come in the mid-term future, he says. So just moving on from there, ultimately, I've just touched on there one of the issues around Snowden, and that has gone a long way to achieve one of the big challenges we face, which is actually educating the public, everyone at large, in terms of the technology and the threats and the legal issues around them. Does anyone here ever watch John Oliver, Last Week Tonight? A lot of hands go up, more hands than people who've been in Teslas. Now, the interesting thing is BBC's Panorama went along and did an interview with Snowden a few weeks back, and everyone was telling us all about these threats. And I thought, well, 6 months ago, John Oliver went out there to Moscow and had a far more interesting conversation, and it's on YouTube. And I would urge you all to take a look on YouTube. Just search John Oliver, Last Week Tonight, HBO, and it's all on there. And you can watch his discussion with Edward Snowden. And he tried to put the technical issues of privacy and surveillance in language that people would understand. So he talked about, right, if I was to have, say, a picture on my phone that I wouldn't particularly want to share with anyone, it could be of the type that very often causes political scandals. It could be a photo of rather sensitive part of the anatomy, for example. And if I didn't want anyone looking at that, tell me what the US government can look at. And he went through each of these big surveillance programs, and basically it turned out that you might just take that photo on your phone, but there's an awful lot of agencies out there that could also look at it if they wanted to. And that's the sort of thing we need more of, the clear explanation of these threats in language that people can understand. Because when he did this on HBO, beforehand he went into Times Square and was asking people, what do you know about Edward Snowden? And most people just wandering around Times Square, all the tourists, all the Americans, most of them started talking about Julian Assange, not knowing the difference. And of course there's a very big difference in terms of what's been done there. But at least that this process of education begins to roll on as a result of things like that. And indeed, that's gradually where we're going. Another interesting step on this was in the UK a couple of months back. There was a big show called Hunted. And this involved the idea of contestants, reality TV, where you have to stay ahead of the security services for 8 weeks. And then if you get to, for that period, if you get to stay ahead of them for 8 weeks, you've won. Congratulations. No big cash prize, no phone vote, no talent competition. But it was an interesting challenge. They basically simulated the powers of the state. They had, an incident room full of very aggressive-looking men and women with braces and dark glasses, shouting at each other and, trying to get information on these people as they became hunted. And the idea was these individuals would receive a phone call. You're told, right, you've volunteered for the show. You've now got 1 hour to get going and get away, and then we're going to be after you. And they highlighted things like the number plate recognition system in operation on UK roads. Basically, if the police then say, we want to go after a particular vehicle, and here's the registration number, we can find it virtually instantaneously. And a few of these people, they almost caught because they thought, well, I'll get away quickly. I'll go onto the motorway and try and go to Scotland or something. So they were quite close to catching people very early on, and then they would, if they didn't catch them that way, they could, of course, go and take a look at people's social media. After these people had fled, they'd go and pick up their phones, their laptops, if they'd left them. They'd try and get into their social media accounts. They'd get into their email accounts and see who, if say it was 2 people as a team or a couple that had gone, they would start, if they'd been talking about, well, what about if we go to this campsite, or we could go up to Wales, or we could go, they'd start looking back through and see what's been discussed. One of the teams that did very well talked about one particular campsite in the opposite direction from where they actually went, so they actually knew full well people were going to hack them more than likely, and set up a decoy as a result. But it highlighted, I think, in language that the public can understand, what the level of surveillance is out there, and people were quite worried and concerned about it. The one ray of light was the fact that in many instances, these people weren't caught by looking through social media. They weren't caught by interception on their phones. They weren't caught by the fact that they were looking at all the CCTV cameras on the cache points, so you'd have someone blurredly coming up and taking another £200, and we've got them there at this point. Very often they were caught by a wanted poster. There was one guy, it was just the fact that they'd put, plenty of posters up in the area where they thought he was, and a big article in the local newspaper with his photo on it, saying, would you like £200? Please rat up this man who's competing for in a TV show. And then he's like, oh. And then suddenly he said, that's the level of paranoia. As I drive around, I don't know who's looking at me, who can I trust and who can't I trust? And sure enough, in some instances, people were ratted out, or they were just then made so paranoid by that, they ended up being caught. So the government wants all of this surveillance and security, but sometimes it's just straightforward, old-fashioned techniques like that. The old wanted poster that was popular in the Old West is still one of the most efficient ways of actually capturing people. We don't necessarily need all the levels of state-level security. One bit I just wanted to finish with was just talking about the level of information that we share. Can I just ask, how many people have a LinkedIn profile? Of course. Well, but I'm not sure. So, exactly. People very often, business people, we're on LinkedIn, we want to engage. Now, of all those people who just said you're on LinkedIn, how many people have ever accepted a connection request from someone you didn't know? Go on, be honest. Yeah, quite a few people. Because you all think, oh, it could be a job offer. Or it could be someone having some work for me. Here we go, here we go. So you connect, and then you might get a message through saying, hi there, are you interested in SEO? And I go, no, I've already got some thank you. But still, that's what very often happens. And you very often get a torrent of these connection requests. Social media exploitation is probably one of the biggest issues now in 2015. Because we share so much on our social media profiles, and we even share a lot on LinkedIn if you think about it, where you've worked, what your interests are, where you were educated, the schools you went to, the university. All of this information is online. And then probably a personal contact. Sometimes you can have your Twitter account linked on there and a personal email. So if someone's connected and that account isn't actually legitimate, if they've just gone and picked a profile photo off Google Images and set up a profile and just put down, oh, I do, blah-de-blah-de-blah, and they connect, they can then very often see all of that information on your profile and contact you. So what if they saw that you were then interested in mountain biking, and then you get an email a week later from a mountain biking organisation, please join our forum, click on this link, bang, you're in. Suddenly, you'll find that your machine can be accessed rather easily, personal data can be leaked, you could find that you've been hacked. Who knows? All the way from targeted social media exploitation of that nature. And a final little thing, always be careful of who you then end up talking to online. If I say the phrase catfish and MTV, has anyone ever seen Catfish and MTV? Oh, just a few hands go up. It's a fascinating program. It's by a guy who ended up having an online relationship with someone he met online, and then he ended up in the film Catfish. He then did some investigation to find out who it actually was and meet them, because there was always a reason why they couldn't talk on Skype. There was always a reason why they couldn't actually meet, and when they met, it turned out that the person who had been in communication was nothing like the person that was on the photograph and didn't actually live the life that they'd been led to believe. And now the series is on MTV. They look at all this. They always look at people who are in these sorts of relationships, and sometimes it's been going on for years. And there'll be a reason. Sometimes, there's one particular example. So this isn't all bad news. There was one example where it just turned out that the person who'd been getting in touch was clinically obese, and he was so worried about the idea of the girl seeing him and what he actually looked like. So that's a reason why he wouldn't want to, for example, talk on Skype. But so that was an honest reason. But then very often you sometimes find there's people who are just trolling, or who are just looking to extract information or lead people on, or are just somehow feeding off it. And ultimately, this happens an awful lot. Sometimes it's for criminal fraud as well. And we've recently been helping out one poor lady in the United States who was involved in an online relationship for the last 6 months, and she really wanted to believe it, really wanted to trust it. We then found out that the photograph on there wasn't of this person who was involved in the oil industry that she thought she'd been talking to for 6 months. It was a German politician, just from doing a Google image search, and they found this out. And then, unfortunately, we did a little bit more digging. We got in a fraud expert, and it turned out that the whole thing has been a massive fraud and a massive online scam. So that, and unfortunately, an awful lot of money's been involved there as well. An awful lot of raised hopes and dashed expectations, and trying to persuade her of the issues that have gone on there, and the fact that it isn't this person she thought it was, after all, has been very, very upsetting. But unfortunately, as I've seen from Catfish, there's an awful lot of people out there in similar situations. So thank you very much for listening. I will be around for the rest of the day if you want to chat around digital legal issues and threats that are online, and I enjoy as well taking part in some of the plenary sessions this afternoon. But I'll shut up now, and I hope that's been useful. And thank you very much indeed for listening. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Peter. That was amazing. I feel even more paranoid now about my use of the internet, and I'm a pretty paranoid person. I was also quite tickled about how coy you were about talking about the John Oliver programme. I think that went out, if you just Google John Oliver Dick Pic programme, you will find everything you need to know about his interview with Edward Snowden. And I think actually that was very powerful because it showed very clearly the riposte to the argument, if you're doing nothing wrong, you have nothing to hide. If you are conducting an explicit conversation with a long-distance partner, then you're not doing anything wrong, but you probably do want to hide that from the spies. And it turns out that that program that John Oliver was referring to, which is called Optic Nerve, generated by GCHQ, the UK surveillance agency, that apparently 10% of all such long-distance video conversations are of an explicit nature, because we live a very globalized world now. We have partners, you know, long distance. And the poor little spies ended up having to have counselling in trying to handle this explicit material. You have to feel sorry for them, don't you? Anyway, thank you very much for that. We'll move on to our final speaker for this morning, a wonderful woman called Caroline Hunt Mattis. I think I've said that correctly. Is a human rights lawyer by training, currently an adjunct professor in media law and corporate ethics at Grenoble Business School and Webster University in Geneva. And she's dedicated her early career to the provision of legal services for poor communities in the UK and justice reform in the USA. She subsequently served as a United Nations staff member for 15 years, including as a civilian UN peacekeeper with the first United Nations Transitional Administration in the former Yugoslavia, and the pioneering UN Human Rights Field Mission to Rwanda in 1994. She also became a UN whistleblower who spearheaded the pioneering legal challenge of the UN Ethics Office. She currently trains pre-deployment peacekeepers to UN peacekeeping missions. So a woman of vast experience, very outspoken, and I know you'll enjoy what she has to say. Caroline.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you. What can I say? Truly, it is a pleasure to be here on the Stockholm waterfront. I've had a wonderful journey here from my home in France. Not least because I've been reading all about you, the almost nearly perfect people behind the myth of Scandinavian utopia. And it is a great read, I can tell you. I've learned about lagom, duktig, jontelag, and the role of Kalle Anka in Sweden at Christmas time. But I have to share with you my favourite quote, and which is just perfect. It says that about the Swedes, the more you talk, the longer they listen, and the quieter they become. They are, in short, the perfect audience, unlike the Danes. So, on a more serious note, I have journeyed here from France, and as many of you will know, a state of emergency has been declared in France. And I just want to play for you a 1-minute video on what that actually means. Can you hear? We've got a technical difficulty, Max.
The French Parliament has voted to extend the nationwide state of emergency for 3 more months. But what does that mean for ordinary people in France? And what powers does it give to the French state? Probably more than you think. Most importantly, it means security will remain high across the country, with extra police and armed guards at public spaces, schools, universities and transport terminals. France has already mobilized over 100,000 security personnel, including soldiers and gendarmes, to cope with the threat. It means school trips being cancelled, with students banned from taking trips using public transport. The emergency law also allows the tightening of border controls and restrictions at airports and train stations. But it goes further. The state of emergency gives police the power to search homes without a warrant. More than 100 people have already been placed under house arrest since Saturday. Authorities can also ban protests and public gatherings. There are even provisions for ensuring control of the press and radio, but these haven't been activated yet. If the controls seem unusually severe, it's because the emergency law has its roots in Algeria's bloody War of Independence in the 1950s. It was used several times to try and help put down the rebellion by France's colonial subjects. In fact, the last time the law was used nationwide was in 1961, when French police killed up to 200 North African protesters in Paris during a peaceful demonstration.
So the nature of terrorism is that it can attack anything, anytime, any place, anywhere.
Today,
Conversely, the state cannot protect everything, everywhere, all the time.
And the person they're looking for is one of the key suspects in the
We
Paris
don't want
attacks.
this one, Max. There we go. Thanks. Such power conferred on the state requires great responsibility. Responsibility is easy to evade. Einstein said, institutions are, in a moral sense, impotent unless supported by the responsibility of individuals. Now, have any of you here heard of the experiment by Philip Zimbardo? The Stanford Prison Experiment from 1961. I just wanted to take you back, for those of you who do not know this experiment. I just want to show you 5 minutes of his work or his talk on what he calls the Lucifer effect, because he used this Lucifer effect to explain, when he gave evidence and as to the atrocities in Abu Ghraib, how he explained that good soldiers turned into inhumane individuals that ended up torturing people. So this is Philip Zimbardo's Lucifer effect.
So the Lucifer effect, although it focuses on the negatives that people can become, not the negatives that people are, leads me to a psychological definition. Evil is the exercise of power, and that's the key. It's about power. To intentionally harm people psychologically, to hurt people physically, to destroy people mortally or ideas, and to commit crimes against humanity. If you Google evil, a word that should surely have withered by now, you come up with 136 million hits in a third of a second. A few years ago, I'm sure all of you were shocked, as I was, with the revelation of American soldiers abusing prisoners in a strange place in a controversial war, Abu Ghraib in Iraq. And these were men and women who were putting prisoners through unbelievable humiliation. I was shocked, but I wasn't surprised, because I had seen those same visual parallels when I was the prison superintendent of the Stanford Prison Study. Immediately, the Bush administration, the military said what? What all administrations say when there's a scandal. Don't blame us. It's not the system. It's the few bad apples, the few rogue soldiers. My hypothesis is American soldiers are good, usually. Maybe it was the barrel that was bad. But how am I going to deal with that hypothesis? I became an expert witness for one of the guards, Sergeant Chip Frederick, and in that position, I had access to the dozen investigative reports. I had access to him. I could study him, have him come to my home, get to know him, do psychological analysis to see was he a good apple or a bad apple. And thirdly, I had access to all of the 1,000 pictures that these soldiers took. These pictures are of a violent or sexual nature. All of them come from the cameras of American soldiers. Because everybody has a digital camera, a cell phone camera, they took pictures of everything, more than 1,000. What I've done is I organized them into various categories, but these are by United States military police, Army reservists. They are not soldiers prepared for this mission at all. And it all happened in a single place, Tier 1A, on the night shift. Why? Tier 1A was the center for military intelligence. It was the interrogation hold. CIA was there, interrogators from Titan Corporation, all there, and they're getting no information about the insurgency. So they're going to put pressure on these soldiers, military police, to cross the line, give them permission to break the will of the enemy, to prepare them for interrogation, to soften them up, to take the gloves off. Those are the euphemisms. And this is how it was interpreted. Let's go down to that dungeon.
To just watch 1 more minute of this.
So pretty horrific. That's one of the visual illustration of evil. And it should not have escaped you that the reason I paired the prisoner with his arms out with Leonardo da Vinci's Ode to Humanity is that prisoner was mentally ill. That prisoner covered himself with shit every day, and they used to have to roll him in dirt so he wouldn't stink. But the guards ended up calling him Shit Boy. What was he doing in that prison rather than in some mental institution? In any event, here's former Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld. He comes down and says, I want to know who was responsible. Who are the bad apples? Well, that's a bad question. You have to reframe it and ask, what is responsible? Because what could be the who of people, but it could also be the what of the situation. And obviously, that's where I'm headed. So how do psychologists go about understanding such transformations of human character if you believe that they were good soldiers before they went down to that dungeon? There are 3 ways. The main way is what's called dispositional. We look at what's inside of the person, the bad apples. This is the foundation of all of social science, the foundation of religion, the foundation of law. social psychologists like me come along and say, yeah, people are the actors on the stage, but you'll have to be aware of what the situation is. Who are the cast of characters? What's the costume? Is there a stage director? And so we're interested in what are the external factors around the individual, the bad barrel. And social scientists stop there, and they miss the big point that I discovered when I became an expert with Abu Ghraib. The power is in the system. The system creates the situation that corrupts the individuals. The system is the legal, political, economic, cultural background, and this is where the power is of the bad barrel makers. So you want to change a person, you got to change the situation. You want to change the situation, you got to know where the power is in the system. So the Lucifer effect involves understanding human character transformations with these three factors. And it's a dynamic interplay. What do the people bring into the situation? What does the situation bring out of them? And what is the system that creates and maintains that situation? So my book, The Lucifer Effect, recently published, is about how do you understand how good people turn evil, and it has a lot of detail about what I'm going to talk about today. So Dr. Z's Lucifer.
So the power, indeed, is in the system. The system creates the situation that corrupts the individuals. The system is the legal, political, economic, and cultural background. To change it, you've got to know where it is. The questions that need to be asked as the state takes up its reins to combat global terrorism are the same questions that we need to pose today. What do the people bring to the situation? What does the situation bring out of them? And what is the system that creates and maintains that situation? The Lucifer effect and Phil Zimbardo's research has striking parallels with my own story as a whistleblower in the United Nations. I had worked for, which I will share with you now, I had served for 12 years with the United Nations in Rwanda and Yugoslavia in 9 different agencies. I transferred to the Refugee Agency as an investigator. I was the only trained person in my unit, but I proceeded in good faith with my colleagues. However, shortly into my service, I noted political interference in investigations, including my first mission, which was to investigate the rape of a refugee. I noted failure to correct errors when individuals had been fired or due process had failed to take corrective measures. I noted that there had been unlawful detention of refugees, resulting in the death of some, and the list went on. I worked loyally with my supervisors to try and correct the situation, but a climate of fear pervaded. It was exacerbated at that time by the resignation of the High Commissioner for Sexual Harassment, which left the investigation component of the organisation in a difficult situation. I was out on a mission in Indonesia when I had an accident, a car accident, and as I was recovering on medical leave, I received an email in which I was informed that I had been summarily dismissed from the organisation, and that the basis was on the basis of performance. The evidence of performance had been retroactively fabricated, and it took me 13 years to bring my case to justice, but I finally won the case in 2013. And the judge found that, yes, I had been unlawfully dismissed, that had been retaliated against, and that the Ethics Office, the very organisation which had been charged with protecting me, had failed in its duty and had been negligent in doing so. However, like all great stories, it's not ended yet, and in fact, the United Nations appealed last year. The United Nations won both of its cases because the United Nations Appeals Tribunal overturns 90% of all wins in favour of staff in favour of the administration. Not only did it overturn the judgments, it's resentenced me to a new hearing again next year. So it will be the longest running case in UN history. I wonder what Dag Hammarskjöld would have said about that. However, what is worrying is that in this road of jurisprudence, the United Nations Appeals Tribunal has closed down the opportunity to legally challenge any decisions of the Ethics Office, thereby removing it from judicial review and due process of the law. And this was really the cruel tyranny perpetuated under the shield of law and in the name of justice, which Charles de Montesquieu warned humanity. And so the abuse of power is indeed in the system, because today the United Nations is not a safe environment for United Nations staff members. They are duty-bound to report misconduct, yet there is no protection for them. A worrying scenario indeed. So the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression has had a word on this, and he's recognised this quandary of UN whistleblowing, but has said that the problem of source protection extends not only to UN whistleblowers, but beyond traditional journalists to bloggers, citizen reporters, NGOs, authors, academics, and many others. How can they carry out investigative work if they cannot extend the basic assurances of confidentiality to their sources? So, we are today in unprecedented territory. We've heard from our previous speakers what's happening in the corporate world, in the world of trade. We've heard Ed Snowden talking about justice, which is hidden in secret courts, the FISA courts, in secret places with secret interpretations of the law. And yet we see a similar parallel in this great organization, the United Nations, that has never really been it really is a call for attention. Yet we still have the international human rights legal framework, a framework which Sweden has participated in. We have the long history of dialogue, which should really involve all stakeholders, including civil society, scientific and technical communities, the business sector, academics and human rights. We must demand effective and independent impartial oversight. So my request to you today is to listen to or to at least check out this amazing organization which Annie has Code Red. Code Red is potentially going to... Code Red is an organization which can truly educate the public. And I would ask that you, each one of you here today, take a look at the mandate, participate in the call to action, because it is going to be, it will educate the public. And I conclude with the quote from Benjamin Franklin, who was the ambassador to France after all, in that it is the first duty of every citizen to question authority. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for that, Caroline. That was absolutely fascinating, and I certainly found resonance with the Lucifer effect, because when I was working on the inside of MI5 in the 1990s, in that era, they did not get involved in kidnapping and torture. Not mainly for an ethical reason, but because they knew it was counterproductive. Of course, since 9/11, where they followed helter-skelter down this appalling moral slide, along with the US intelligence agencies, they have been caught out getting involved in torture. And people ask me regularly, how does that happen? Because it's not that everyone who goes into MI5 is inherently evil or bad or a torturer, but because of the very nature of secret services, where there is no ventilation, no avenue for those with ethical concerns to go down. You get a very tight, closed group think. So once someone says torture's okay, everyone else has to obey and go down that path, no matter what their concerns are. It's a case of just following orders, which I'm sure you'll remember from the Nazi Nuremberg trials is not a defense under law. So I hope we can pull back from this perilous moral slide that we've been going down and re-find our humanity in how we deal with protecting citizens while protecting from terrorists, but also protecting their privacy. Just to conclude this morning's session, we are conscious that you've been sitting and listening for a very long time, so thank you very much for your continuing attention. We now have a lunch break. We're going to come back and start off with a quick Q&A session for all our speakers from this morning. Will be up here. So have a little think. Is there any burning issue you want to raise with them? Any questions you want to ask them before we go into the main part of the afternoon with the remainder of the speakers on our programme? So do please come back punctually on time at 2 o'clock and let's question our speakers so far. Thank you very much. And I think Simon's just got one quick word to say.
Just one thing, and I concur with Annie. Thank you for being so patient. It's been a long time to sit down, but I hope you all understand when we spoke, we featured integrity so much at the beginning. Now you see why. Integrity is right at the core of how we protect ourselves. So I hope we can reflect that in the Q&A after lunch. Thank you very much. Yes, use those. I'll share with Cynthia.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Thank you, so many of you, for being so on time. I'm very impressed. So, as promised, we're going to do a quick Q&A session with our speakers from this morning. I hope you had time over lunch to gestate a few challenging questions for them. I just need to make one warning that this session is being filmed and live streamed. Is anyone uncomfortable with that? They'll only see the back of your heads, but just so you're aware. Okay. Simon will be chairing this session, and anyone who wants to ask a question, wave at me, and I'll run up with this mic, and you can speak it into the mic. That would be great. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Annie. Just very briefly, we've heard a lot about, from the speakers this morning, about the secrecy, the lack of transparency, the duplicity, the treachery of large institutions ranging through to central government. And I know that many of you will ask, well, yes, that's a kind of meta problem that we all face. We would argue that it goes to the core of governance of the human race, and it's got to be dealt with. But you will ask the question, quite reasonably, at an internet conference, how does this directly influence me, my business, my consultancy, my media beat? And I would like to see if we can bring this back down to the subject of this conference, which is the new form of communication that brings the planet together or can split the planet apart. And given this amazing and very disturbing background that we've heard so far today, and believe me, it just gets worse in the rest of the afternoon, it would be great if you can also think, well, okay, how does this affect communications, the internet, the direct subject of this conference? So keep that in mind. It would be good to be able to, the takeaways from today should include and will include how we directly, positively address many of the things that you have heard today. So, and I don't know what on earth this is. All right, some subversive set off the alarm.
Viktigt meddelande. Viktigt meddelande. Brand har utbrutit I byggnaden. Lämna omedelbart byggnaden.
Wow. Okay, we'll reconvene.
Well, we were just talking about government, right?
5 minutes to self-destruction. Fire! Exclamation mark. Fire!
Attention, please. Fire has been reported in the building. Please leave the building immediately. By the nearest
For those of you watching online, we just had a fire alarm. Thank you to the folks at FRA for the intervention. So we're all back now and we're all safe, just in case you were worried. But this has kind of put us a little bit behind. So we were thinking of maybe 3 burning questions. Like, no, all right, that was the wrong... Oh, one burning question. But let's just have a think about this, because we do want to try and focus very much on you know, so many issues, but solutions. Does anybody? Well, I'll throw over to Annie at this point, because you can see people. I've got light in my eyes here. So, do we have any thoughts, questions?
I forget my duties.
What do you think about the responsibilities of, for example, Facebook, that allows terrorists and other naughty people on their social media?
Okay. Any thoughts on the responsibility of social media and the big data institutions?
Very good question, and at the moment it's been something that... Yes, sorry, can you hear me? Good question, because it comes down to issues in terms of, at the moment, what individual nations and governments have decided to do. So you find that certain regulators, and for example in Germany they've regulated Facebook far more tightly than in some other countries. Then in some instances they have been quite harsh. Sometimes not necessarily for reasons of necessarily combating terrorism. I mean, there are certain small federal states within Germany where you can't actually use the like button anymore because it was felt to contravene local.
Is number 2. If you follow the rules, you will always lose. The theme here is hardwiring freedom. So how do we win our freedom? Who do we petition to get our freedom? Who do we challenge to get our freedom from them? Fuck that. That's the completely wrong mindset. You're born with freedom. You have an innate freedom. You're born with liberty. Over time, as we age, we somehow get it into our heads that we need to give up this liberty. We need to give up this freedom. We need to obey the law, the rules, the regulations. If you're asking for your liberty, you don't have it. If you're asking somebody's permission to be free, you are not free. If you want to be free, if you want liberty, you only need to start exercising the liberty you were born with and ask not a single person permission about it. Liberties are like muscles. Liberties are like muscles. They need to be exercised regularly and in full, or they will wither, atrophy, and die. I used to work in the European Parliament for a couple of years. I see the people writing the laws and regulations. You realize that a career politician's first priority is to get elected. Their second priority is to get re-elected. And whatever's third is so far behind it never ever matters in daily practice. This means that they get a certain mindset of how they behave in this democracy factory, in this lawmaking machine. I used to say that to reporters that, yes, of course I have ethics. I have a very strong sense of ethics. I'm a politician. If it's good for my career, it's ethical. And at that point, people tend to laugh, except politicians. Like, And then I fill up with, and the better it is for my career, the more ethical it is. At that point, people still laugh, and the career politicians start shifting really uncomfortable in their seats and look at me. And there's something funny here, because in the European Parliament, you see scenes like a champagne tasting to remind the members of European Parliament that there are homeless people in Brussels. And obviously, you can't invite actual homeless people to the champagne tasting in the European Parliament. So instead, they commissioned an artist to cast life-size statues of homeless people that the MEPs could step over while sipping champagne. And nobody actually seemed to realize how bloody repulsive this is. These are the people you look to for ethics in legislation. So if they don't have ethics, do they have skill sets? Is there at least knowledge and understanding of the IT scenario in the laws that are coming out of this law factory? I'm not exaggerating when I'm saying that you're looking to people who get their who gets their emails printed for them by their secretaries to come up with sensible regulation for the internet. You cannot look to the law for ethics. You cannot look to somebody else for liberty. It was always yours. There's something he'll call the power of narrative. Who gets to determine what is true and what is false? And all of this has happened before, and all of this will happen again, which is a quote from Battlestar Galactica, a series I like very much, but that doesn't make it any less true. We heard before that there have been 57 terror attacks on the UK soil, blah, blah, blah. That's chocolate rations from 1984. It could be 57, it could be 57,000. They could claim whatever they wanted. It doesn't matter. It's just a made-up number, like any other number. We know this number to be false. We know it to be an utter fabrication. We know that for certain, and I'll come back to how. But this displays the genuine ethics of the career politicians who get away with running these numbers because it gets them re-elected, and that's their only priority. That's key to understanding here, the individual incentives. The power of narrative is one of these. Another is the power of taxation, the power of the ledger, the power of telling society who owns what from an authoritative perspective. If I can tell society that, no, you don't own that house, this person owned that house, then I have an enormous power. Because that means I can also say that, no, you don't own that house, I own that house. Which is exactly how taxation took place and took form in the 7th century. It started with village courts in the UK. Let's skip the Roman times now and go back to them a little later. Village courts in the UK in the 7th century settled disputes. And as soon as the villagers of the time had agreed to hand over a little liberty to the judges who came from the crown, as soon as they had agreed to hand over the power of arbitration, they had also agreed to hand over the power for them to agree that the king actually had this money and not them. If you're looking at laws from the 7th century in the UK, the taxes came from a small percentage of judicial settlements. Yes, you owe this person 90 euros, and an additional 10 euros goes to taxes. When you hand over the power of ledger, the power of arbitration, to somebody else, they get a lot of power. Which is why Bitcoin is so interesting right now. all of a sudden you have a public ledger that is not controlled by the government, that is not controlled by the courts, and which does not lend itself to control no matter how much force the government applies to it. The Bitcoin ledger, how many here own Bitcoin? Scattered hands. Okay, so imagine that everybody's bank account was public. You didn't know who had what bank account, but that everybody's balance, there were tons of bank accounts and their balances were public. And this was a public agreement made in a way that everybody knew that it was know that this to be true. Now, this means that it's a shared agreement rather than somebody you can point a gun at. It's like a language. You cannot point a gun at somebody and demand they change the meaning of a word. In the same sense, you cannot point a gun at somebody and demand they change a Bitcoin balance because it's designed to not be possible. It's designed to not be possible. And this is where bureaucrats go completely confused and say, but then we must have more regulation to address this. And the tech guys say, you don't understand. You might as well try to regulate gravity. It is designed to be technically impossible for you to order this balance changed. And then the bureaucrats kind of go blank and you can see their eyes glaze over and they're blinking for a couple of minutes and then go, but then we need more regulation to address this. And they cannot fathom a situation where they're losing this power of narrative, the power to dictate to society what is true and what is false, who owns what property. And this has happened before. In 1435, a guy named Gutenberg invented the printing press. It was actually a combination of 4 different inventions: oil-based ink, movable type, the actual press, and cheap paper. That was supposed to create more Bibles, and it did, but not in the way Gutenberg intended. In 1517, a guy named Martin Luther objected to the Catholic Church's abuse of the power of narrative, its power of narrative, because the Bible was in Latin, right? And this is important. The Bible was in Latin. This means that only the clergy had the ability to read from the Bible and tell people what was in it. The clergy had the power of narrative. They had the power of interpretation. Martin Luther nailed his 95 Theses to the church wall in 1517, and on the surface he objected to this abuse of power where the church was selling salvation, which had no support whatsoever in the Bible. And a few years after that, he started printing his own Bibles in German and in French. And the entire continent was immediately plunged into 200 years of civil war because the book was printed in a new language. On the surface, this was about Protestants versus Catholicism, but if you look deeper at it, it was a loss of a gatekeeper position over society's knowledge and culture. A loss of a gatekeeper position over collective knowledge and culture. Does this scenario sound familiar? All of this is happening all over again. Going back to Bitcoin and Roman taxation, you can see all kinds of bureaucrats wanting to tax Bitcoin and tax Bitcoin transactions. And people say, I'm sorry, but that's just not possible. Yes, it is. We write these laws and, okay, how are you going to enforce that? That's an implementation detail. We're going to write these laws. Okay. Just before the Roman Empire fell, in the 4th century, the Roman Empire, who had only had a poll tax up until then and land tax, created a transaction tax. Any monetary transaction carried a tax to be paid to the emperor, which was obviously impossibly silly to enforce. So they also created this law that no transactions may take place at all without a tax collector present. This was in the 4th century, and the Roman Empire fell shortly thereafter. And that the two events are not entirely unrelated. So going back to this power of narrative. Who tells what is true and what is false? Who is using excuses to cut down on our liberty? Who is inventing chocolate rations from 1984 or the number of terror attacks? And how can you tell they're false? How do we know that there haven't been 97 foiled UK terror attacks? How do we know that the Swedish Säpo is lying their asses off when they're claiming that they foiled 3 terror attacks in Sweden? Do you know? Do we have an idea? We can know that with 100% certainty. They are more full of shit than a latrine at a cholera clinic. And the reason we know this is that preparing a terror attack is a very serious crime. In Sweden, the point is called allmänfarlig ödeläggelse, something like devastation with hazard to public life and health. It carries a sentence of 18 years to life. Preparing for such an attack carries the same sentence. How many convictions for this crime have we had in Sweden? Right, a big fat 0. And if we've had 0 convictions for preparing a devastation in public with health to life and health, then exactly 0 terror attacks have been foiled. Either they foiled something else, or they're just pulling a number out of their ass to justify whatever new powers they want. And they need to be called out on this. They need to be called out on public live television and say, sir, you're fucking lying. Only then, when you start to exact personal accountability, when you're ruining people's careers over lying, will they realize that lying is not ethical. Because things that are bad for their career is not ethical. They knew that. And only things that are bad for their career is not ethical. We heard about the TPP and TTIP earlier today. The Trans-Pacific Partnership and the Transatlantic Agreement of Inbred Bullshit. Same thing there. The corporate people are holding the negotiators accountable every single day for adhering to their wishes. If you're a friend of liberty, you need to hold these very negotiators personally accountable for what they do to our liberty. I seriously want to see picketing outside of their homes. I want to see our liberties exercised, our freedom of speech exercised, our freedom of protest exercised against the people who want to take that liberty away. Thank you. I want to create a situation that when somebody is asked to negotiate the next corporate deal, their reaction is something like, no! And they're seeing their career go up in flames as they're having received this punishment rather than this reward. That's how you change the world. You create individual incentives to do the right thing. Because the world is not run by an opaque system. The world is run by individual people who show up. And we can also show up. They have no genetic advantage of us over us whatsoever. So, hardwiring freedom. I can't give you anything tangible to do, because all of us have different skill sets. All of us have different experiences. All of us have different walks of life and different contexts. But what I do want everybody to take out of this room today is the mindset of, if you're asking permission, you have selected to give up your liberty voluntarily. If you follow the rules, you will always lose. Do not ask permission. Merely act on the liberty you were born with without asking anybody's permission at all. And help others to act on the liberty they were born with without asking anybody's permission at all. Build things that enable people to act on the liberty they were born with. Ayn Rand, I don't agree with a lot of what Ayn Rand wrote, but she has a few very good quotes on power. And the one thing that ties into this that I want people to take with them out of this room today is the quote, "The question is not who's going to let me. The question is who's going to stop me." We only need to act on the liberty we were born with. And that's how we hardwire freedom into ourselves. And the things we do next week, the next year, and next decade. And that's how you start changing the world, by individual things that each of us can do. Some people say that the world cannot be changed by people who feel passion and an idea. I disagree with that. It's the only thing that ever changed the world. We have an obligation to hardwire freedom into ourselves. And that's the words that end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for that, Rick. I loved the weaving of history into the present, and also a reminder that all our rights are so hard won. Our ancestors fought and bled and died to win them for us, and we need to ensure that we do not throw them away carelessly and heedlessly in this rush to protect ourselves against the terrorist threat or whatever. I also like the point about liberty. It's inherent. And I think in terms of an internet conference, I think that is particularly pertinent, because at the moment, perhaps the new high priests, the new Catholic priests, who have a direct channel between knowledge and we the people, are indeed the technologists, the people who can code, who can understand. And then, of course, following on from that, the control from some of the major corporations of that access to knowledge. So I think the idea of free software, liberty, Libre software, is a way that we can all push back and try and preserve our access to that knowledge, rather than handing it off to the high priests of the corporations. So thank you very much for that timely reminder. And let's hope, with the Battlestar Galactica quote, it happened before and it'll all happen again, let's make sure it doesn't. We do not want to slide back into feudalism. So thank you. Next, we have an amazing man, and please forgive me for reading this, because the roster of everything you do, there's no way I could remember this off the top of my head. It's amazing. Next, we have Jürgen Johansson, who's been working in 100+ countries for the last 40 years on democracy, non-violent campaign, conflicts, and related topics. Jürgen has also published 12 books and hundreds of articles, and he is the deputy editor of the Journal of Resistance Studies, international advisor to the Public Defender of Georgia, affiliated with the Programme for the Advancement of Research on Conflict and Collaboration, a faculty member at Hacettepe University, I'm not sure if I said that right, of Peace Studies in Turkey, and a board member for das Institut für Friedensarbeit und gewaltfreie Konfliktaustragung. I think we're there. Thank you very much, Jürgen.
Thank you, Annie. The short presentation is, I'm a Norwegian by birth, but not by conviction. I may come back to that. 20 minutes And my starting point is that terrorism is not dangerous but profitable. It's money into this issue. And that's the main driving force for those who make big profit from it. Those who today, after Paris, are arguing for more of the same medicine that hasn't been working for the last 20 years. But I would like to start another end. Scandinavia are always high up on the indexes of democracies. On the state level, there are pretty decent democracies in Scandinavia compared to other states. How did it happen? Well, first I want you to go through a little experiment with me. Because when you think you know what's going on in the world, I want to have that one. Okay. Well, I'll come back. What you know about the world is from the media, isn't it? When you heard about Paris, it was on BBC or CNN or your local newspaper or your radio station. Do you trust media? No, you will say no, most of you, because you know they are lying to you now and then. But it's one of the few sources you really have. And most of the information you know about the world, since you can't go everywhere, is through media. Maybe you know some people in some parts of the world, you could ask them. So a little experiment before we move on, a psychological experiment with you. I'm going to tell you two stories through photos. So just reflect and be silent when you see these photos. In both cases, we are watching some horrible events in two different cities, almost at the same time. High, tall buildings are attacked in both cases. You see some photos on the left and some on the right side. And there are shocking headlines in all media on these two events. The buildings are put on fire and thousands are killed. In the days to come, in these two cities, you see horrible scenes, and you know that the stank of the black smoke is not only burning buildings, but burning human corpses. It's a horrible smell if you went to any of these two cities just after they happened. And that were laying there for weeks afterwards. And a lot of other damage around these two buildings as well. Other buildings were destroyed. And you had these brave rescue workers, fire brigade men and policemen going into the buildings. Some of them couldn't go out again. They died in there. And they were, for good reason, celebrated as heroes in both these cities. And a lot of other type of damage going around. When you lose someone close to you, a friend, a mother, a colleague, you feel extremely sorrow. It's incomparable to anything else. They didn't come back that day. You never will see them in one piece again. And you see, you all know something about her story to the right, but very few in this room know the story about the man to the left. There may be one person I know who knows that story, but could anyone else tell me what the other story was about? You are clever people, you are bright, you're educated, you follow the news. Why don't you remember the illegal warfare of NATO against Serbia in 1999? The TV tower in Belgrade was the big building that put on fire. There is no anniversary, not after 1 year, not after 5 years, not after 10 years, no extra movies, no extra books coming out. The media is completely silent about it. The only city when I'm lecturing, when people know about that story, is in Belgrade itself. Then the majority will know that story. We have no memory. It doesn't exist in our heads. So when we are the perpetrators, the media keeps silent. And that is my main problem. I could accept that media is lying because you could go around that lies. But when they don't inform you, it doesn't exist. You don't know what was going on. That's a horrible situation. And you are all victims of this massive propaganda machine that has brainwashed you. How does it feel? Think about that before going to bed tonight. Scandinavia again. When it comes to democracy, it's scoring pretty high. When it comes to freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of religion, better than most other countries. And one main factor for this development is centuries of struggle against unjust and stupid laws. Sweden wasn't born like this, or Norway or Denmark. It's a struggle from below for these rights and freedoms. And they've been done very peacefully. There are extremely few cases of people struggling for more freedom with guns, with Kalashnikovs in Scandinavia. It's what you call civil disobedience in modern language. But these struggles started long before that term was established by Thoreau. A few examples. State churches had monopoly on religious services and meetings. The other churches came to Sweden and they said, we rather follow God than the king. And hundreds, thousands of them were put in prison because they violated that law that gave the state church monopoly. They were criminals, but they did it in public. Newspapers, the freedom of speech. This is a famous story from Aftonbladet, still around. That was banned by the king. But then the guy who was running it had already established the new Aftonbladet. That was banned. Then the even newer Aftonbladet came out next week. He had 7 newspapers already registered, so he could continue publishing his newspaper, despite that the state and the king said, no, you can't do that. You're criticizing us, we don't like that. And there are many other cases of publishers, authors, writers in prison because they violated unjust and stupid laws of their time. And the laws have improved quite a lot. Or trade unions, the first one to start a civil society in Sweden of serious scale. They were seen as rebels and radicals and terrorists, and they had to have meetings in the forests in the late 1800s. They were taken to prison. Almost every leader of the trade unions in Sweden has spent time in prison because they violated stupid laws, unjust laws. They used civil disobedience to create the freedom of association. And maybe the most important one, universal voting rights. 120 years ago, you could say from the university halls that women are too stupid to run the country. Don't let them vote. They're too small brains. That was established facts. If you go back in the dictionaries and the encyclopedias from the late 1800s, early 1900s in Sweden. But some women said, fuck you. I don't care if you say I'm not wise or clever enough. And they took to the streets, they violated the laws, got imprisoned, and in the end they got universal voting right. I could continue, but I think you got my point now. Over time, the results were many imprisoned in the struggle for more just societies. The discussions that followed functioned as a massive popular adult education project. People started discussing these topics, the freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of association, universal voting rights. It was an ongoing public discussion long before Facebook and Twitter. Okay? Everyone participated. Based on these cases in the court where people violated the laws. Movements of support built up over time on most of these issues, and the parliaments were forced to accept new legislation. That's how we developed them, step by step. Conflict with present laws, unjust laws are violated peacefully in public, and the movement of support builds and forces the parliament new legislation. That's an ongoing process, still going on. Different issues today, animal rights or whatever. But that's how we have developed a pretty good standard for democracy in this part of the world. So what about privacy? Surveillance is not a new phenomenon. It's going back old, but post 9/11, it really escalated. We all know that. A number of new things, and the technical possibilities exploded. When someone is attacking us, our politicians want to be seen as strong and to do something. The last 10 days or the 2 weeks after Paris, you see that in every single country, I need to do something. I need to prove that I'm a strong politician. So far, the toolbox has been extremely limited, namely more of the same. Hasn't functioned earlier, but now they promise us to do more of it. Shall we trust them? Up to you. If we see this as an infection in our society, post 9/11, most groups using political violent means against innocent civilians came from the Christian culture. No doubt about that. And the war on terror has created more fundamentalists than ever. Countries bombed by Western states have escalated from mainly Al-Qaeda in 2001, to Boko Haram, Al-Nusra Front, Al-Shabaab, ISIS, Ansar al-Sharia, Hamas in Iraq, Hezbollah Islam, and 100 more. These groups, these networks, are a consequence on the war of terror. And that is the war they promise to escalate now, and they do escalate. And so Russia has bombed Syria with 8,000 bombs and missiles the last couple of months. Let's calculate carefully and say, well, maybe one civilian died in every bomb. It's probably much more. One civilian per bomb, that's 8,000 killed. They have 20 relatives, each of them, who get angry and upset and want to have revenge. This is completely out of control. But no Western politician seems able to stop attacking Muslim-dominated countries that do not support the Western consensus. They don't attack Saudi Arabia, who are beheading more people than ISIS, but they are our friends. And they don't put it on YouTube. For every cruise missile, bomb, and grenade that kills civilians, the result is more young people willing to sacrifice their lives in attacks against us. Even the smartest bombs kills more civilians than enemies. The last figure I saw was 80 to 85% of the so-called smart bombs. The victims are civilians. The media focus on our victims when we are attacked. You've seen that since the Paris event. These, of course, they are poor victims, but it's an extreme focus on them. But when we are the attackers, the perpetrators, our motivation is lifted up in the media. We have good motivation. We want to fight for democracy and freedom and whatever. That's all they focus on when we are bombing Libya, bombing Afghanistan, bombing Iraq, bombing Syria, for good purposes. They don't care about the victims when we are the perpetrators, only when we are the victims. This is not only bad journalism, it's counterproductive. It's dangerous because people have a tendency to believe what they see on national TV. They have a tendency to believe the newspapers, and they act accordingly. Back to privacy again. In addition to more bombs, post-Paris, we hear demands for more surveillance. The Swedish Prime Minister was out a few days ago, promised us more surveillance. The extreme level of surveillance already in function did not help to prevent the Paris event. I think Bill will talk more about that in a few minutes. And there are no independent studies proving that more surveillance prevents violent attacks. The only one who promise you that are politicians or part of the security mafia, the security industry. Okay? They are the ones who promise you more of the same will do good things. The advocates of more surveillance have, of course, the burden of proof, and that is not delivered. There is no independent, unbiased studies proving that this is functioning. And during shock and mourning, it's not the right time to make important decisions. After 9/11, when Bush went to the Security Council and had these stupid resolutions passed quickly, or the Patriot Act, it's the wrong time to come up with this long-term legislation. We should wait and reflect until the smoke has left our cities. The voices who argue for more control and surveillance all benefit from such a development. Think tanks get bigger budgets when they are focusing on terrorism. The security industry, more profit. And we're talking serious money here. And the politicians get more votes. So all those voices you hear, the noise around us today about more surveillance, more control, less privacy, that's from those who benefit from this development. Personally, no independent evidence it will help at all. But some on the contrary. There are some studies that tells us that more surveillance reduces the level of ordinary legal political activities. It is more than ever important to stand up for democracy, wise reflections, and decency. What we need is safety, not security. Security is what you could buy on the market. The security mafia makes big profit on our fear, supported by the media. Safety is what we want and need. Safety is about building good relations, about trust, about respect, decency, and privacy. If we don't want to repeat the mistakes similar to Germany in the 1930s, we need to disobey laws promoting more surveillance, encourage more people to blow the whistle. I have brought some copies of the book, Whistleblowing the Practical Guide, for you to buy later. And a Code Red is working on a pamphlet for ideas for change, a handbook for activists. Do more serious research on the negative impact of reduced privacy and expanded surveillance. Create more customer-friendly encryption systems is necessary. Do not act out of despair after bloody attacks. Reflect, don't focus only on the symptoms. And thanks for listening, and let us start acting, less talking. Thank you.
Wonderful stuff. Thank you so much for that. I absolutely concur with pretty much every point coming out of that presentation, so it's good to see it all seamlessly pulled together. And yes, beware the narrative that is imposed on us by the mainstream media. You know, the fact that rightly there is this outpouring of grief for the victims of the Paris attacks. Yes, that's awful. But you know, think of the hundreds of thousands who have been murdered across the Middle East to support the security mafia and the geopolitical interests of America. So finding ways to work out what the problems are and begin to push back societally and democratically is very important. And this is hopefully is what we're going to segue into towards the end of this afternoon. So I think we've got a slightly delayed break. Do people still want the full 30 minutes? Because we can push stuff on if you want. Who wants 30 minutes? Who wants 15? 20? Anyone here 20? 20, okay. So if we can come back here by 25 to 4, that would be fantastic. And you're in for a treat with Bill Binney, our wonderful NSA whistleblower. He's going to be telling you all about the evil spies in America. Speak to you later. Okay, are we ready to roll? Fantastic. This is such an honour and a treat to introduce a good friend of mine, infamous NSA whistleblower. And from next year, when the film of his life story is coming out, which is called A Good American, a very famous whistleblower. So look out for that film. I gather it's spectacularly good. Bill Binney needs very little introduction, I think. He served for 30 years in the NSA, which is the American Snooping Agency, or no such agency, I think it used to be called.
I refer to it as the new Stasi agency.
I'm going to keep that one, that's great. And he reached the rank of technical director. Now we're very honoured to have Bill Binney as our Code Red technical director, which is a fantastic step up, I think, in his career trajectory.
Yes.
Without any more words, I will let Bill describe and talk about everything he wants to, because I couldn't say it better than he will. Bill.
Thank you, Annie. Yes, it's my pleasure to be here. And what I've done in the world is, after I've retired from NSA, and because they were spying on everybody, not just in first they started bulk acquisition of data against U.S. citizens. That was a violation of our Constitution and all the laws we had protecting privacy and liberty and so on. So I mean, I couldn't stay there. It took me 2.5 weeks to leave the place after I found out that was going on. Then I went to our standard reporting channels up to the intelligence committees, who were supposed to be, they were chartered based from the, as a result of the Church Committee investigations into NSA, FBI, and CIA. During the Nixon administration in the 60s and 70s, they were spying on U.S. citizens, and because of that, Nixon was impeached. But they created these intelligence committees and also the FISA court as a way of mechanism of monitoring the intelligence community to make sure that they didn't spy on U.S. citizens. Well, that of course was absolutely, that worked for a while, but after in the late 80s it started shifting, and after a lot of the contracting started from the Reagan, I mean, he plussed up the agencies with a lot of money, so that started a lot of contracting, and then they started to lag, the rules started to fall apart at that point, and then when 9/11 happened, they just threw everything out the window. In fact, as you were mentioning earlier about the Patriot Act, actually I think they started the Patriot Act before 9/11. So that they actually, in fact, they were approaching the, I know Joe Naccio, who used to be the CEO of Quest, the telecommunications company in the US, that was approached on the 27th of February of 2001 to turn over all the material on all his customers in the US. And he refused and basically said, if you come back with a warrant signed by a judge, I'll do it. Well, they never did. Okay, and so one of the things they did was they actually framed him and put him in jail for 5 years. And that meant, that was the message to all other CEOs of telecommunications companies and IPs, that you either cooperate or we'll find a way to take care of you. So that was exactly what they did with that. So, in fact, when Edward Snowden started releasing this material, it was pretty clear to me, somebody who knew something about these programs, since I designed most of them or had a hand in it, needed to explain it to people so they could understand what this really meant, you know. Most people don't, I mean, it's just program after program, and nobody really sees what that is, and these are just really simply the different names for a function. And the function is what you have to do. If it's voice collection using phones or IP, voice over IP, that's one function. Or if it's text collection, or if it's satellites or whatever, it's different functions, but the collection is fundamentally the ways people communicate, voice, typing, and visual. And that's all it is. And each different source of information has a different name, and it gets, that's by design, by the way. NSA does that so that even Congress can't realize what they're doing, because they bamboozle them all the time, and they're duping them and playing them for fools, just like all these other agencies around the world are playing their governments for fools, because they don't understand what they're doing either. And so that gives them the advantage of being able to manipulate them, and that's fundamentally what's happening all over the world. I mean, even the Bundestag is now finding out the BND was transferring data on German citizens to NSA. So I mean, that's a violation of their laws. So this has been going on, and very few people in the German government knew about this. The same was true in the US government. Not many people originally knew what was happening. Only 4 originally. That was the chair and ranking members of the House and Senate Intelligence Committee. That was it until early 2002. About 5 months in, they went to the senior judge on the FISA court. Then that was it until the exposure in the New York Times. So they were trying to keep an uninformed Congress and an uninformed public so they could manipulate and control and get more money and do whatever they wanted by the claims that others have talked about here about we've stopped so many terrorist attacks, you know. Well, in the U.S. that was claimed too, and General Alexander had to defend that in Senator Leahy's committee, the Senate Judiciary Committee, and as a result of that, he claimed stopped 54 attacks. As a result of the investigation, he was pushed to prove that, and he ended up with one. And that one was a transfer of $8,500 from someone on the West Coast to somebody in Al-Shabaab in Africa. Well, that's not a domestic issue, right? That was an international transfer. So the answer about the domestic program is 0. And that's where it stood. But so anyway, when I first started to try to talk about these, using some of the material from Edward Snowden to try to give people the understanding of what they really meant, General Clapper, who's the Director of National Intelligence, issued an order saying no members of the current or former members of the intelligence community are permitted to talk about any of the material that Snowden has released. So I answered him in the National Press Club. I said, I do not give up my First Amendment rights to talk about anything in the public domain for anybody. And I haven't heard from General Clapper since. So, but at any rate, this is one of the first publications that came out from Edward Snowden talking about the PRISM program. And it talked about all those companies transferring data upon request to NSA. But really, there was another program behind it called Muscular, where NSA had a secret tap on their transfer on the fiber optic lines between their data centers. So they were capturing everything they had as they transferred it. It wasn't just a little bit they were after from the PRISM program. They wanted everything out of their databases. So, and the point here is the real program is not the PRISM program. It's the upstream program, and that's components to Fairview, Stormbrew, Blarney, and Oakstar. Well, Fairview is AT&T, Stormbrew is Verizon. That's the two major companies in the telecommunications companies in the U.S. Blarney is I think it's up to 70 different telecommunications companies that are participating fundamentally with the 702 program, the FISA Amendments Act program. Then Oakstar are about 8 other countries in the world, other than first and second party, US, UK, Canada, and the Five Eyes group. There are about 7 or 8 other countries in the world that are also participating in this program with them. So they're contributing. One, of course, is the BND, and anybody using a program called XKeyscore is using that to interrogate the programs that collect all this data off the fiber network. But the Fairview program and Stormbrew and all the others, I think my estimate is that takes in about 80% of everything sent across the network worldwide. That includes content, metadata, everything. Every type of communications, textual, voice, short messaging, video, that kind of thing. If it's video conferencing, but if it's the standard television stuff, they delete that. So that's that. In the United States, though, this was the plan in 2004. They had roughly 100 different tap points in the United States. Of course, it's distributed with the population. The distinction here is that if they were only after foreign communications, which they claim, then the only tap points would be along the coast of the United States, because that's where the transoceanic cables surface. Well, that's the perfect point to tap to get all the data from foreigners, if that's what you're after. But the target here is not that. The target here is domestic. And this is AT&T's tapping points. And I've gone on the web and found the locations of every one of these tapping points, but 3 or 4, I think it is. But this goes worldwide. It's not restricted to the U.S. The reason they have most of the tap points in the U.S. is because 80% roughly of the bandwidth in the fiber network is running inside or through the U.S. So that just randomly speaking, if you tap all the points in the U.S., you get roughly 80% of the world's communications. It's no coincidence, for example, that all the fiber lines from South America run up to Miami and then go back down to South America. That's so all their communications route through and they can take a look at everything they're sending. And the same is true with other things. They rent the capacity on the fiber lines rather cheaply so that people opt to, the providers around the world buy that space on those lines because it's the cheapest way to transfer all the data. So that's the main thing they do with that. And then this feeds another program. This is really the ultimate objective is to map, as it says right there, map the entire internet, any device, anywhere, all the time. That means they want to physically know where everybody is if they're taking their cell phones around. That's why that theft of the SIM cards from by the British, right? In that one case, that's not the only company they attacked, though. I'm sure they've got a lot more of them. But they were stealing up to 2 billion SIM cards a year that allowed them then to get GPS or any other access and use your equipment while you have it as you're moving around. And so the objective here was to consolidate that, and all that's done by software. It's not an issue of having people do this. This is all compiled and sorted and categorized by software, and then you as humans, then you select the networks or groups of people you want to follow and where they've been or what they're doing. It's great for retroactive analysis by law enforcement, but it's just too much data to follow. And what it really works like this is they have the map of the all of the physical layout of the entire network, fiber lines, the satellite connections, copper lines, everything, and microwaves still included there too. So they have that map of the world on the physical map, and then they look at that network with tap points, and that goes around the world. I've got a number of those I already identified. So just my research on the web, So it's open source material, and that contributes to what's called the logical network. This is the physical network, and this logical network is people communicating across that, shows their social networks on the net. So that's the logical network. It's not necessarily physical, the way they're physically connected. I mean, they may be restricted to people within their country or adjacent countries and so on, but that logical network shows your social relationships, and that gets back to all of this device here is mapping that physical network using these devices, which in turn map to the people. So that's how they're following everybody as they move around, and again, they're collecting through the tap points all the content and so on. So they're building up the entire electronic life of people in the world. My estimate was up to 4 billion people who use phones or cell phones or computers or any credit cards or things like that. Any kind of electronic transaction is captured and mapped, and that's all done by software. Alexander in DEF CON 20 said our people there don't have profiles on everybody in the United States, and that's right. They don't. The people don't. The computer does. And all the people have to do is call up that profile, and they get it. That's not, I mean, it was all fairly well, it was simply indexing data against the graph or the social network that's being reconstructed by the externals that are used to communicate. And you can't encrypt these, otherwise the system won't route them. So this is impossible to encrypt, otherwise you defeat your ability to communicate if you encrypt it. So the point is it's not something you can get around. This can always be done, no matter how well your encryption works. And most of those, in my view, are flawed, structurally flawed. So, but this is what they're doing. The whole idea here is just to get all the information they can on everybody they possibly can, and have it categorized and setting and wait for somebody to come in and investigate, like the FBI or the DEA, which is what they do. This is how they're doing, this is the extension of this. See, this gives them so much power. They have so much power when they have all this information on everybody. So they can go in and research anybody they want retroactively, looking for criminal activity or anything that implies criminal activity. And so they have set rules for this. This is the SOD. Oops, sorry. Let me go back. Where am I now? I have to get down to hit the bottom button there. Which one? Oh, there we go. Okay, thanks. The Special Operations Division of the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, that's a special group put together that includes FBI, CIA, NSA, IRS, and DHS. And they are to look into the NSA collected data for criminal activity, and these are the rules they've set forth when you do that. You cannot reveal or discuss it with anybody. You can't do any reports or files with the courts. Okay, all that's and you can't put it in any affidavit. You can't share it with any of the attorneys or the court. The judge can't know about it. So no proceedings, and local law enforcement, they can't know. And you can't share it with foreign counterparts. And that means through the MLAT, the Mutual Law Enforcement Treaty, around the world, they're sharing this kind of research to go after people in the world. But they're not giving them the raw data from NSA that is the evidence they use to do that. So, and then they take it into court, or they actually physically use this data to arrest people and charge them. And when they do that, they have to do a parallel construction. This parallel construction simply says they use the normal policing techniques to go find the data that would imply probable cause for those people, and substitute that for the NSA data in a court of law. Now, what that means is basically that denies the right to challenge discovery by the defendant in a court of law. It's a violation of their constitutional rights. It's also outright perjury. So they're fundamentally perjuring themselves in court. Now, what has happened is, in a lawsuit, Amnesty International versus Clapper, challenging the constitutionality of them doing this, they, of course, denied this happened, and the Solicitor General of the United States lied to the Supreme Court to get that case thrown out. He said if anybody had NSA collected data used against them in a court of law, the defendants would be told. Well, that's an outright lie. Nobody's ever been told. Yet Senator Feinstein said we've used this program to imprison hundreds of people every year. You know, so that tells you how many thousands of times they're subverting our entire judicial process, lying about it, and they lie to the Supreme Court to get the case thrown out. So, I mean, this is just a total corruption of everything we used to stand for as a government and a country. It's a violation of our Constitution. I mean, violating the First Amendment, freedom of speech. You don't have that. You don't have free association unless NSA knows about it, because every social network you ever develop in any media is already recorded by NSA. I mean, they're doing this for everybody on the planet now, so it's not unique to just U.S. citizens. We're all part of it. Of course, they're then subverting the law. They're subverting the court process. They're subverting everything. This is how you destroy democracy. And the point is, as I'm going to talk about now, this is a program that requires mass collection, and that's been advocated since 9/11. There was an alternative to that, but they refused to take it because it didn't cost enough money, but it would be effective. This program is a total failure. What terrorist threat have they ever stopped? They haven't. They've all succeeded. What they'd used the data for is retroactively analyzing who is associated with the people they now know committed the crime. The problem is people had to die before they used that data. That's the problem. So they're killing their analysts because this is too much data. For example, this one program here just is to map the location of 4 billion people. Well, if you took the Five Eyes countries and the 7 or 8 countries that are participating with them in doing this bulk acquisition of data, they might assemble 20,000 analysts. Now, if 20,000 analysts are going to look at 4 billion people, that's 200 people per analyst, 200,000 people per analyst. That's a small city. Now, what one person could ever do that? It's not possible. So what they're doing is making their analysts dysfunctional. And in fact, the analysts have been saying that. Some of the Snowden material shows that. They said overpowered by overflow, or data is not intelligence, right? They have a misconception of what collection is. Collection is intelligence. That's absolutely wrong. It's not. What you can understand from that collection is intelligence, not the collection. If you put so much collection on top of these analysts to try to look at, you're making them totally dysfunctional. And so you just simply can't solve anything. That's why, as the technical director there at NSA, I did a program called Thin Thread back in 1997, 98, 99. And the whole idea, even back then, the analysts were overburdened with data. They couldn't figure out what was going on. So I had the technical problem of saying, well, what can I do to help solve that issue? Well, it was a question then of being able to look into massive amounts of data, passing by every minute, and selecting out only that which was relevant to an international criminal activity or militaries or governments, for example, or leadership of governments. whichever legitimate targets for foreign intelligence. So that's the thing that I did with the program ThinThread. I did a massive graph on everything in the environment and used that graph to filter out what was important based on known social networks, or also based on known targets. Like, for example, if you had somebody with an Inmarsat phone in the mountains of Afghanistan, chances are they were part of the terror network. Or if you had somebody with an Inmarsat phone in the jungles of Peru, chances are they're smuggling drugs. So that we call the zone of suspicion. They fall into that zone. Doesn't mean they're guilty, but they have to be looked at to resolve whether or not they're participating in these kinds of illegal or criminal activity. So, but the whole point of bulk acquisition is a total failure from the beginning all the way. That's for the last 14 years we've had of tests of it. Every time it's a failure. But every time they come back and say, oh yeah, we knew about this person. Right? Well, the whole point is if you consistently fail, then obviously you're doing something wrong. Right? That's pretty obvious. So it means you need to change something. Well, the thing they're doing wrong, and their analysts have been even saying this, but the management doesn't. That's because there's too much money involved in this. I mean, in the U.S. side, that's almost $1 trillion since 9/11 that we've spent on intelligence. $1 trillion. Now, it's not counting everybody else, the British or the Germans or anybody else. So the magnitude of money involved here is so great. There's such a vested interest by corporations to keep this going. I call this the Military Industrial Intelligence Complex Happiness Management Program. If you never solve the problem, every time something happens, that's more justification to get more money. That makes everybody happy, you see. But in the meantime, people die. That's the price we pay. And democracy, in my view, this is why I'm out here, democracy is not a spectator sport. Democracy is you have to actively participate to keep it going. You can't sit by and quietly acquiesce to things because then bad things happen. So that's why I'm out here explaining all this stuff in spite of the fact that my government's complaining. They haven't yet put me on the enemies list, so. But I'm waiting for that too because I'm suing them also. Right? Another way to do it is you sue them. So this is the second time. First time we won this lawsuit too, by the way. This second time now is we're charging them with the violation of our constitutional rights, the whistleblowers of NSA and Diane Rourke from the House Intelligence Committee. They violated our constitutional rights. And so, but in the meantime, we get to explain why they did that. And so that allows us to lay out the entire spy program of NSA. But we're not charging them with that, see? So they can't claim, the standard practice in government has been to claim that you do not have standing in a court of law. That is, you can't prove that they've got data against you. That's because they classified, and you don't get to see it. Or they claim national security. Well, we're not suing them for any of that, right? Because that we're only saying this is the reason you violated our constitutional rights, and that's what we're suing them for. So they can't claim any of that now. So they have to face up to what they did in a court of law, and that's going to be in public. So from our perspective as a citizen of the country, we can't lose. Because just filing that formal complaint, a sworn affidavit in court with a lawsuit is proof of what they've been doing and documented evidence. So, and we've got evidence on all of it, so. At any rate, the point, again, this is a worldwide issue. We've infected every government in the world with this policy and approach. I mean, keeping very few people in the highest levels of the governments involved and knowing about this program and keeping everybody else in the dark. We keep everybody uninformed in the rest of the parliaments and the congresses, wherever they are, and also everybody in the public. We just say we have to do this because of national security, and if we don't do this, more people will die. And the problem is that's a lie. If they do that, people will continue to die. If they don't fall back on the program that we were developing, which was the alternative of doing a focused, disciplined, professional attack on the data to pull out and select, it's a smart selection of data of only things that are relevant so that you give this to your analysts so they can succeed. I mean, if you dump all this other data on them, they fail. And they have shown to be doing that for the last 14 years. So that's not an issue. That failure is obvious. I mean, they've been clearly doing that. So the point is they need to change, and the change should be to a focused effort which would make the data manageable for the analysts, which would allow them to succeed. And we could stop these people getting murdered before it happens, instead of waiting till after it happens, and then we clean up the mess and we find all the people after the fact. That's not an intelligence job. Intelligence has always been to predict intentions and capabilities. It's not a forensic job. That's a police job. We are supposed to prevent events like a terror attack, not do the cleanup afterward. So from my perspective, that's what I'm trying to do, to try to explain things to people around the world so they understand that this is really what's going on. And these are the consequences of that actions and the decisions they made. They made that decision in 2000 because the programs we had of directed, selected attack were running for about a little over a year, about a year and a half at the time, and had been shown it was very effective. And they had to kill that because we had a coalition of governments or contractors in the US and the UK who didn't want that to happen, because if it did, then they wouldn't have all this money to feed on. So they had to kill that program. And they had help within NSA from the Hayden administration and everybody else, also in CIA and around, and the Department of Justice helped cover up all this stuff. So they directed, and so the Inspector General of the Department of Defense also participated. This is all in our lawsuit. So, and we have evidence to show that. So the point is, unless we all start speaking up to stop this, complain, bitch, moan, sue the people. I mean, they're violating your laws, indict them, right? Force your government to indict them. I mean, these are criminal acts. I mean, some people, I think the Italians have done that with some of the rendering people, CIA people rendering. They should, because that's kidnapping and torture. I mean, that's a crime. We need to, because these people are so afraid of sunlight that it's like when you lift up a rock, you watch all the bugs and worms squirm to get out of the light. That's what goes on when you do this. That's why I like to do this stuff. I can't help myself, you know. I want to go to court with them myself. That's all I want to do. One way or another, I'll get there. So at any rate, we all have to stand up and participate in democracy, or we're going to lose it. Thank you. Oh, I'll just go over here and sit down.
Thank you for that wonderful speech, Bill. I mean, what a depth of insight and experience that you've shared with us as well. I have to concur as well. I mean, you say this is American-led, but yes, all our intelligence agencies are involved. And certainly one of the early Snowden disclosures was the scale that GCHQ, the government communications headquarters in the UK, was not just helping the NSA to spy on not just UK citizens, but the whole of Europe, all of us, to the tune of $100 million paid over a few years, which the NSA paid them for GCHQ to prostitute itself to the American spy infrastructure, where they actually sold their services and prioritized the needs of the NSA rather than prioritizing the need to protect British national security, which is their remit. And I'm sure pretty much every other European intelligence agency has been doing the same thing. So this is a sort of metastasizing cancer within the intelligence agencies. Now, I know we're going to wrap up now and finish with a Q&A and plenary discussion. I know some of these topics may seem a little challenging, unexpected perhaps for Internet Days. But I think one lesson I want to pull out of that session particularly is that we have a situation where we have an opportunity in Europe. So rather than continuing down this path with the NSA domination of our intelligence agencies and our infrastructure and our laws and our corporations and TTIP and all the other horrors you've heard about today, we could take back the power within Europe. We could demand that our governments pull back from this dependency on the US infrastructure, the US intelligence, the US corporations. And in fact, this would not be a radical move. This was something that was proposed by the European government in July 2001, after the early version of the Five Eyes spying community was revealed. It was called Echelon. There was a big inquiry, a report came out, and the recommendation of our European Parliament was, let's move away from this US dependency. Let's build our own infrastructure. Let's build our own software, our own hardware, our own knowledge base. It would be a win-win for all our countries in every way, societally, democratically, national security-wise, and of course, money-wise. It would be good for our corporations. And it's a shame that that idea was buried post 9/11 in this big security flab. But perhaps now, post Snowden, is the time to revisit those recommendations, to go back to our governments, to go back to our European Parliament and say, we, the European citizens, want to reclaim our sovereignty. And it would be good for all of us and good for business too. Anyway, on that note, I would like to ask all our speakers from today back onto the stage, which could be tricky because we have quite a few. And this is the time where you can start throwing any questions you have at us. And I'm sure there'll be some questions we all have for each other too. So please come up. And you have to fight for the 3 remaining seats, by the way. So whoever's first up. It will be musical chairs.
There we go. Here's another chair. Yeah.
Just have some. Yeah, nice and cozy.
Yeah. Wonderful. Okay.
Cynthia.
Please.
Shall I just throw a general question out? Could I take the liberty of Cynthia? Could I take the liberty just of tossing one question out? You don't all have to respond to this. I'd be curious to know, just in a few seconds, what each of you have taken away from what you've heard. Just the speakers. What you've heard a lot today. People who were in positions of trust, power, authority, were destroyed, vilified by their governments. You've heard a lot of stuff today on a very wide spectrum. What's the one thing that each of you has taken away from today that remains powerful in your mind?
I think for me, it's been learning a little bit more about the full history and development and background of a lot of the issues here. I've been qualified for 10 years and been dealing with these issues for probably about the last 5 years in detail and building a law firm to advise on some of the issues around it. But perhaps I hadn't appreciated the full level of surveillance and activity going back over the years. You tend to think that some of these issues are very much sort of live and now and present, which they are, but they have been and probably should have been much higher in the public consciousness an awful lot longer before, but at least they are now, and at least we're talking about them now.
For me, I guess I've experienced the reality of soft repression, the ridicule, the stigma, the silencing, and that is very much a part of what I have to deal with literally on a daily basis. But some of the people here have experienced hard repression. And so I guess really the takeaway for me is that I'm sitting here with people who have been where I've been, and they're still standing. And so it is possible to fight the powers that be and still end up standing. So that's a beautiful takeaway from me.
I think for me, it's what I share with my students every day in the lecture theatre, which is that critical thinking has never been more important in our society. Critical thinking. So that's it, quite simply.
Well, with a human bias toward what I heard more recently in the day, I'd say that one key takeaway for me is that mass surveillance has always been unethical and against human rights. But I think what Bill Binney just highlighted here, that it's not just unethical and against human rights, but it doesn't work in the first place. Putting it on the same terms as torture, doesn't matter if it's unethical and against human rights. You don't even get the results you want in the first place. And I think that's the takeaway for me here.
What I've particularly enjoyed is specialists coming from different fields and giving their expertise and their evidence, and hearing similar patterns evolve from all those fields. So I think this is a fantastic opportunity to begin to morph and connect different fields together so that we can be more effective in our pushback. And also, I would mirror what Cynthia said as well, that it gives me hope that, you know, people can go through these terrible situations and come out fighting the other side. And this goes back to the basic question, where do you draw your personal line in the sand? When do you say enough is enough? How do we utilize that and push back as well to protect future generations?
I pretty much feel the same way. I mean, the takeaway I get is there's more people involved and more people concerned about this. And so that gives me more hope. That helps me continue, you know, and it just makes me want to get those guys. So that's what I take away from here. There's more support than you really realize.
I want more questions from you.
On that subject, Annie, could you take the floor now, and I'll do mic swapping duties.
Any questions? Ah, okay.
Hello. Yes, during this day we most certainly heard that the surveillance state is here. I would like to hear from you, the speakers, what you do on a personal level to protect yourself and make this situation better.
I can answer. Let me answer for I'm in a kind of a special case. I'm a direct target of NSA and CIA and the FBI. Also the DOJ. They attempted to frame us, except I caught them at it. So, and threatened them with malicious prosecution. So they went away real quickly. These guys are afraid of sunlight. Okay, that's my whole point. But at any rate, I don't do anything. The reason I don't, if I encrypted something and sent it to somebody else, you know, that person would now become a target. Just because the FBI looks at it saying, if you're encrypting, you're hiding something. But if I'm a target and I do that with somebody, then that person really gets focused on as a result. The other point is, I want everything in the public domain that I say or do, because then the NSA and the FBI and the DOJ can't claim it's a national secret because it's out in the public. I mean, you can't call it classified, so it's out. I mean, I don't give away any sources or methods, but the point is, everything I'm saying is in the public domain, and they can't hide it in a court of law. So those are the two main reasons I don't do anything.
I try to have as public policy as possible. Most of what I'm doing could stand the scrutiny of light. But I have some jobs in Belarus or in China or Indonesia or Colombia where I need to protect my colleagues in the other end. And then I use crypto for my emails, but I try to reduce it as much as possible. I want to be open about what I'm doing. I could stand the consequences of what I'm doing. Even if I've been in prison in 15 countries or something like that, I still act openly as much as possible.
I do use cryptography, and I also use public communications. As in, what I'm trying to do for this is use the entire spectrum of very public to very encrypted, depending on how sensitive something is, if I just want to sow noise. In particular, I'm trying to take what I know of the adversary's eavesdropping capability into account and just give them noise. I encrypt for the fun of it. I post the opposite of what I just sent encrypted on public media, like we heard earlier with a TV show. I help other people encrypt. I try to overload the system just a little bit more. And I try to help other people overload the system just a little bit more, so that in the end, it'll just come crashing in on itself.
I think I'm going to be asking for your help after this with encryption. But for me, really, sunshine and transparency really are the best disinfectant. I think it was Churchill that said that. And we really don't have anything to be ashamed of or anything to hide. Freedom of expression is a human right.
For me, I'm really new to this whole technological thing. And so I have a learning curve, and it's steep too. But Annie taught me about encryption, which then, of course, I completely forgot my PGP passphrase, right? So I couldn't use it. But then StartMail made encryption easy. So I have a StartMail account, which I use occasionally, not nearly as much. I use StartPage as my search engine. And I don't know if it does any good or not, but they don't save IP addresses. And I tell all of my students to use StartPage as well. And I want to learn as well how to do more, because I think I was with this organization in London called We Are Change, and I love that organization, but when all of the cameras came around, or to justify the cameras, the London authorities said, okay, every time your picture is taken by one of the CCTV cameras, you can get your picture. And so what they do is they routinely ask for they will stage events so that their picture is taken, and then they go and ask this, for their pictures. And it's sort of like the strategy that was used in the civil rights movement in the US, where if you knew that the capacity of the jail was 400, then you would get 1,000 people to show up and get arrested. So you would just totally overpower the system. And I think we need to use whatever the means is for us to thwart their efforts at this.
Thank you. Given that I run an organisation where we advise other organisations on how to look after and store their data, we thought that we had to be quite careful about that. So we are very careful with what we do with our clients' data, to the extent that yeah, we'll certainly encrypt, any personal documents, if it's financial, if it's data, if it's HR records that our clients may supply to us. But when it comes to actually storing them, we thought, well, we need to make sure we're doing this properly. So everything that we store is on a cloud server that is 300 foot under a field in Lincolnshire in the UK. And I always think you need to have a story about exactly where your data is, rather than, oh, it's just here. Well, ours is 300 foot under a field in what I'm assured is an ex-NATO bunker with 3-meter thick walls. I'm assured that apparently you can go in and there's all the servers. Well, I've been down there and you've got all the servers there. And then you actually go past some bedrooms on the way, and they said, oh, in the event of a nuclear war, that would have been Margaret Thatcher's bedroom. And you think, that's great to know, and it's by that 3-meter thick blast door there as well. So I'm greatly assured that my client's data is very, very secure in the event of a zombie outbreak. I might not be, but the data is safe, and that's what it's all about, really. But that's just it. I use examples like that to say to my clients, that's why you need to make sure that your organisation, if you are using the cloud, you know where the data is. But ultimately, we can take all of the precautions in the world, but from the sounds of it, it probably isn't entirely secure from someone who really wants to look at it, unfortunately. But when I'm advising clients, I'm saying it's from a reasonable point of view, you're taking all the steps that you are legally obliged to do by your regulators or the law in your jurisdiction. So that's certainly what I try to do. I'm also very careful about who I connect to on social media, and I talked earlier about social media exploitation. This afternoon, while this conference has been taking place, I received a LinkedIn connection request from someone at Bank of America, who I've never met, who, interestingly, had about 250-odd connections. I thought, why have they got in touch with me? So I did a Google search and found that this person has been responsible for a scam on LinkedIn where they get in touch with you and then say, oh, we need to, someone's died, their estate now needs to be dispersed and their entire family died, so will you share it with me for 50%? So you get the idea, but whereas this used to be the dodgy emails from 10, 15 years ago, now it's a greater level of sophistication from someone who's trying to hold themselves out as being genuine on LinkedIn. So just going back to my point from before, be very careful who you connect with on social media and who you talk to.
I'm just going to say a few words as well about what I do. I think when you first approach security, you have to do a threat assessment. So there are certain people, they might be dissidents or journalists with very sensitive sources or lawyers who do need to think, well, okay, I'm talking to this person, the threat level is going to be very high, so I need to deploy this level of resources. When you're just talking to your mates, you probably don't want to, although it's fun to overload the system by encrypting everything, including shopping lists, which I have done.
Actually, can I just throw a quick question to Bill? Bill, so we all hear a lot about encryption, and this is a particularly expert audience on encryption matters. But even if we discount it for one moment, just set aside the fact that it's almost beyond the realm of most ordinary people to set up PGP. We know this. We've got crypto parties, but they don't really reach the mainstream. And it's very difficult. And nobody's really working on usability wrappers so that ordinary people can, and we talk about start mail, that is a good start. But the question I would put to you, Bill, is, with all of your expertise, how important is it to set up encryption? And the reason I say that is, given your expertise in metadata, and the fact that most people, let's face it, are going to put the important stuff in the subject header, all right? And also, we've got so many, infiltrations such as keyloggers and so on. Just how important is encryption? Is it just symbolic or is it real? I'm talking about for ordinary people.
It depends. If you're saying something you want to protect, encryption is absolutely relevant. But the problem is the current encryption systems that I'm aware of anyway are not that structurally sound. Most of the things I dealt with had layers of complexity, and the layers were different algorithms, so you had multiple algorithms acting on the same thing, so it wasn't just one layer. And I'm not talking about public key and private key. That's like a community cipher with trapdoors. That's the same thing over and over again. So that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about different encryption systems. And I always believe in things like one of the things I kept suggesting to everybody is just do a simple bit transposition. If you transpose the bits, destroy the integrity of the text, and then encrypt, then all of the brute force attack to try to get to it, assuming any number of trillions of keys, trying to recognize partial text is wrong and will fail. And it also defeats some other things. You can't analyze if, for example, do a bit transposition on fixed files of data, and they want to go in, you have phone numbers or addresses or any kind of thing they want to try to break, and trying to assume the encrypted version is the same every time you see the encrypted version. If you do bit transpositions, that's absolutely false. So you can't subcluster data and analyze it that way. That's one of the things guys at MIT asked me, and I said, well, no, you can't subset it, because if you do the bit transpositions on phone numbers, for example, or addresses of any type, then the variable parts are usually at the end, and so when those variable parts get transposed, it destroys any possible encrypted version outcome that would be common. So if you were looking like for area codes or for local codes, the encrypted version is wrong if you do the bit transposition first. It also destroys any number of cryptographic techniques afterward too. So that's another thing that's important to do that nobody's doing. That could be automatically built into let's just call it a flip and a flop, flip the bits, flop the bits back. Just build it right into the software. It's not an issue. I mean, that's what we did to protect the identities of people that we were taking in with the thin thread program that I built in the 90s. We did that so that NSA couldn't break into it.
Okay, I think we have a couple more questions looming. We have 4. Okay, right. We'll take it in turns. What was I saying? Oh, yes. Actually, no, I was going to share a handy hint with you because we're talking about tech. Does anyone want to know how the only ultra-secure, 100% secure way of talking to another human being these days? No. Because, of course, they could be recording you. Okay, so get a piece of porcelain, put one sheet of paper on top of it, put a shroud over so nothing can see what you're writing, write what you want to tell your friend, put their head under the shroud so they can read what you've written but you don't say anything. And then when that process is finished, rip up the pages, burn them, pulverize them, and scatter them to the 4 winds. In this day and age, that is the only way you can be 100% certain, unless they found a way of getting an imprint off porcelain, but they certainly hadn't about a decade ago. And I promise you it works, I've used it. Right, question 1 is at the back, I think.
Yeah, hi, my name's Eric, and splendid seminar, by the way, really interesting. My question is, have you noticed that it's mainly when the perpetrators of crime are, for example, blacks or Muslims, that the government takes a chance to attack liberties and our integrity? And why, if you notice that, do you think that is, and what can we do against it?
But see, I used the case of Elliot Spitzer he was going after the bankers for defrauding people after the 2007-2008 financial crisis. That was because the banks were passing around fraudulently constructed mortgage packages, and they were fraudulently soliciting sale of them. And Elliot Spitzer was the governor of New York State at the time, was going after them criminally. Well, I mean, people felt that you couldn't go after our bankers. We have to save them. So they went into the database, looked at the emails, phone calls, financial transaction, and found him associating with a prostitute, I think, at the time. So that's how they got rid of him. But that stopped the attack. He would have charged them with fraud in a court of law, and they didn't want that to happen. So it's not just that. I mean, anybody who threatens, that's why he was doing the right thing, trying to uphold the laws. But if you think you're not doing anything wrong, you don't understand. That's not relevant. You're not relevant to the decision. It's only relevant to the administration whether or not that's right or wrong. And it's not just Elliot Spitzer. They did it with Petraeus and Allen, and a number of other people. They did it with Jim Risen, and so on. I mean, it's not anybody who does something they don't want to happen or don't like. They're coming after you.
I think my reply would be that Western countries have a deep racist culture still around us. If you look on the decisions in the Security Council of UN, they only accept wars against Muslim countries or countries dominated with people of color. And that goes on, of course, it has its roots in the colonial times, but it's still part of our deep culture. That's how we think, how we reflect. Some of you remember that guy in Norway who killed 77 people a few years ago. The first question for journalists was, is he sane or insane? If he's a Muslim, you never ask that. They are just bad people, per definition. So we have a tendency to protect when people from our part of the world, our cultures, are the perpetrators. That goes for terrorists or states. And that's a racist culture that we cannot get rid of. It's still in our heads, part of the school system, part of the media, part of our societies. It's still much more to be done after the civil rights movement got it illegal to discriminate based on color of skin.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And what I would add to that is Elliot Spitzer still has a job, and Petraeus didn't spend a day in jail. So the treatment of the other is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And that is extremely harsh and leads to a justification for the complete destruction of entire countries now is what we are experiencing. Our militaries are not being used to protect, quote unquote, us, which I'm not included in that us, but the U.S. and our militaries are being used to destroy other countries. Now that is a political objective. And so on the one hand, we have people like Bill Binney who were doing a job to protect the citizens of the United States and the rest of, quote unquote, us. I don't think we need to discount what General Wesley Clark said, and that is that there has been a policy coup inside the United States where certain individuals now have been embedded in our governments and they have political objectives. And so what we're looking at now in West Asia, North Africa, I do not say Middle East, is the reorganization of that part of the world. That is a political objective, the elimination and the eradication of Sykes-Picot. And if you go online, you will see the map that's called the Blood Borders map that emanated from General Ralph Peters, I think he was a lieutenant colonel, Ralph Peters, who was with the Pentagon. And so that Blood Borders map explains a lot of how the United States military is being used. But what I'm surprised and shocked at is how easily other countries are being led in this objective. And I think it goes back to what I said in my remarks about a global apartheid-like architecture that has been constructed and that is now being utilized. So to the extent that I represent the other, then if we can sow dissension based on race, ethnicity, language, religion, then it's easier for these various political projects that also have economic ends to be carried out. The moment you start, what was discovered in the COINTELPRO papers, which is the counterintelligence program that was carried out, that I think it was Bill Binney who mentioned the Frank Church Committee. What was discovered in those papers that was actually written by the US FBI was that they wanted to institute policies that would divide black people among themselves and that would separate blacks from whites. And so they did that. They worked hard to do that. So to the extent that they can keep you in your place is predictable. What's not predictable is the outcome when you join with me in my hopes and aspirations.
Yeah. I agree that to some extent there is a lot of everyday racism and probably more. No, it's not xenophobia. It's not a phobia. People are not afraid of other people. They're just being assholes. It's not a phobia. But afraid of, no, hostile to strangers. But if you want the big picture, which we're talking about here, I think you need to look at individual incentives of political careerism, as Cynthia just illustrated, and opportunistic profit. And if you want one tangible example of that, on September 11, 2001, about 3,000 people died in the United States. A couple of hawks saw their opportunity, saw their window, when 19 people from Saudi Arabia chose to attack the United States and promptly caused the United States to attack two completely unrelated countries to the tune of 1.2 million dead people because they made a profit out of it, because they could seize oil from people who did not shoot back well enough and who could keep the US dollar flowing. So that's not racism. They don't care about the color of the skin. They only care that they're not shooting back well enough when they come for their oil.
We have another question here.
Hi, my name is Joseph. I'm wondering how can we engage and interest the mainstream into something as technical as hardwiring freedom?
Usability is hard. I'm just seizing on the moment here since nobody's speaking. Usability is hard, and it's really hard. I mean, PGP came out, what, 1991, and it's still extremely user-unfriendly. There has been advances in user-friendliness for encryption. One thing that comes to mind is Signal by Moxie Marlin Spike for encrypted text messaging and encrypted voice calls. It's even one of the utilities that Edward Snowden now recommends, which is rather strong backing. But every new technology takes at least 10 years from innovation to usability. It took 10 years from video streaming to on bad porn sites to YouTube hitting mainstream usability in 2006. It took 10 years from blogging being invented to WordPress and similar utilities hitting the mainstream. It took 10 years from file sharing starting on BBSs until Napster hit. Encryption is well past these 10 years, so usability is due. But in my experience, you cannot teach something technically complex to the masses. It needs to be brought to them in a usable form.
I understood your question a little wider than just for crypto. One of my main problems when I'm lecturing around all 5 continents is all these students from the audience who say, "I have nothing to hide, I don't care." And that's a false argument. My next book is on that comment, "I'm nothing to hide," because of course we all have something to hide. Another mic. And I think if we are clever enough to go through that argument and open up the eyes of people, that it's not only about you, it's not about nothing to hide, it's about your privacy. Ask anyone in this room if it's okay for me to get the PIN code on the credit card. Would you give it to me? Could I see your wife's hospital journals? Okay. So? I mean, I tried to come through, but asking tough questions to them, and they all accept in the end, of course there is something to hide. Not because it's secret, but because it's privacy. And all of those who doesn't care are part of the problem. As human beings, we have 2 options in life. We could try to be part of the solutions, or we are part of the problem. To pretend to be an observer on the sideline, then you are part of the problem, my friend. We need people to be engaged and take these questions seriously. It's done before. All huge improvements in human life has been based on mobilizing and organizing people, fighting against the powers, the economical power, the political power, the military power, and we have some victories, okay? Not only failures, but we need to do that again, and this time on privacy, on the issues that are central to all of us. I guess all of you use curtains in your bedroom, and you have a good reason to do that. Okay? So raise these questions in a context people understand, and tell them if you don't act on it, you are part of the problem.
Could I just add here, speaking as a privacy activist for the past almost 30 years, what we've discovered when we analyze this question, how do we get people involved? How do we get them committed? It comes down to this. Whenever there has been a huge traction on the privacy issue, it's been because of hypocrisy, secrecy, unfairness, or deception. Those are the catalysts that engage and sensitize the public. If you just talk about privacy and security for the hell of it, you don't excite people. If you talk about the deception that is presented to people and prevented their interest in this, then you start to see whole populations move. Look, the simplest example from Britain is, okay, we've had some very big privacy campaigns in Britain, but what was the one that stands out as the most violent? It was when the people in North England discovered that the local government had been secretly putting RFID chips in their wheelie bins. And there were bin burning parties. Police were coming out and burning the chips in front of the cameras. It was because of the secrecy and the deception and the hypocrisy. So I have a feeling, and this follows on from what everything has been said today, those are the questions, those are the matters that can be leveraged to sensitize the public. And I think I've been pushing the privacy movement in this direction for some years now.
I think we have another question. And anyone else, please wave at me wildly. Yes, there and there afterwards. So.
Thank you very much. My name is Bengt Eriksson. I work for the Swedish Parliament, which I have done for the better part of my entire working life. And it seems to me from your comments that actually democracy is under attack. And to my mind anyway, we have no more functional system to get this society to work than through democracy. So my question would actually be, what measures do you think democracy ought to take in order to sort of strike back? Or is democracy a failed system? In that case, what would be the alternative?
Can I take that one? Actually, when President Obama said he was going to try to fix NSA, we had a group of people called the VIPs, the Veteran Intelligence Professionals for Sanity, in the United States and around. We have members around. Annie's a member of it too. But we put together a list of 21 things that the president could do to fix NSA in the surveillance state. And one of the main ones was to have a technical group that would be able to invade any intelligence agency in the United States or influence other countries to do the same thing, to go into their spaces, look at their database, look at their programs, look at how they operate, and verify that what they're saying is true and that they're conforming to the law. And that group would report back to all of Congress, all of the courts, not this special court, which is not a Article 3 court, it's an Article 2 court, works for the administration. So we tried this, and we, not just to the intelligence committees, because they've been subverting the entire process and advocating bulk collection and spying on the United States citizens, everybody in the world, really. And that's a violation of their charter. I mean, they're chartered to stop that stuff. So they're violating that. We need to get rid of those, or at least make them marginalized, so that they can't control the flow of knowledge and information in the government, or even to the public. That's really, as long as you allow them control, and they can keep it secret, which is what they've done from the beginning, then they do anything they want to, and they'll never tell you. But if you have this kind of group to invade their spaces, give them all the right clearances, I mean, that's not impossible to do. And Congress can authorize that, and they can then invade and make sure that what they're doing and telling the Congress and as well as the courts is true. There's no other way to get the truth out of them, unless you have a whistleblower. That's the only other way to get it.
Democracy is absolutely under attack, and I agree that we don't have a better system. Now, what democracy is really good at is to hold individual people accountable at the end of their term. And as we saw from Glyn Moody this morning, TPP and TTIP is exactly about circumventing, bypassing, and neutralizing that entire mechanism of democracy. If we're looking at the European, not the European Parliament, but the entire European Union, how laws are made there, they're constructed by the European Commission in a dialogue, what they call multi-stakeholder, which in reality is that they invite all the powerful corporations to write the law for them, and then the European Parliament gets to have an opinion on whether the law should look like this or not. They essentially get to rubber stamp it, or send it back to the Commission, which then gets to rewrite it, and after that the European Parliament, in a second reading, has a much higher bar for rejecting it. In a democracy, Parliament gets to write laws. In the European Union, Parliament gets to have opinions on laws. So there is a very strong democratic deficit. Strengthening the democracy is a solution to the problems we've highlighted today, in my opinion.
I talked nicely about the Scandinavian democracies earlier today. I also see them under attack, but for more reasons than what is mentioned here. The main threat I see today is massive civil obedience. Everyone following orders and laws. And that is what we saw in Germany in the 1930s. And we know the result of that. When no one questions, no one go out of the line, everyone following what is told to them by the authorities. That is the main threat I see. And I'm worried about North Europe these days. There is so massive obedience to everything. So when people doesn't have the space and opportunity to protest and act against it, more whistleblowers, more activists on the streets, that is the healthy injection. That is the vitamin cure for a sick democracy. We can't believe that as soon as it is established as a parliamentary system, it will stay forever. It is dependent on a strong, lively opposition. And that is missing today.
We are running out of time, and I know there are 2 more questions pending. So if we can answer them as briefly as possible, or as fully as possible, depending. But let's just be conscious of time.
This is a bit of an odd question, but the impression I've gotten is that the rise of the internet and the spread of the internet has sort of sundered the division between private and public in a great way, and it's sort of become the way we conceptualize the private and the public has sort of, it has heavily affected legislation. And the question I have is rather, should we as a measure reassert the boundaries between the private and the public and try to sort of accommodate the different parts of the internet within it, or shall we sort of try to redefine the map entirely and say the internet is a third space which must be regulated according to its own rules?
So if I make that, I think that's a very, very interesting question. Because I was recently looking at the fact that indeed the internet has evolved and should it indeed have its own rules. Because if you look back, when we started sailing in a big way on the oceans, we had to develop the laws of the sea and maritime issues there for what happens. We've put certain things in place now for air travel, for example. So there are certain things, there's specific laws that apply if you have an injury on an aircraft, for example. And in the same way, when it comes to air travel now, we accept a certain amount of limitation and interference when we do that. If you compare to 10, 15 years ago, when you wanted to go on a plane, you went through a metal detector and your bag went through the machine, and that was it. And then gradually we have, please take your shoes off because of issues there, and please make sure you aren't carrying metal, and please make sure for the last few years it's been all your liquids are in a bag, to the point that even this week there are even more checks that I went through just to fly here this week with even bigger queues, and everyone just, as you were saying, absolutely accepting it and just going through the gates and accepting this. And I think we have to look at that when it comes to what we're doing online. And it comes to actually a democratic engagement and discussion where people have to think, do you want to accept that level of security and surveillance? If you do, and you're fully aware of that, well, that's better than the position that we may have now, where people are not necessarily aware, and it's seen as too technical, and they don't want to engage. I'm very much aware that, for example, in this room, we're all very much aware of these issues. So I suppose I'm almost talking to those who may be watching us on the stream, where, you know, if you aren't necessarily up to speed on these issues, and the vast majority of people out there aren't, it's something that we need to come up with clear examples and clear issues so that people can engage in the debate and can come to some sort of vision ultimately. But I think it's just a matter of making sure that there is some engagement in that. And even though we've had the scandals and different things and we've got movies like Spectre, I think we still need something more to engage the populace out there in just how important these issues are ultimately.
Okay, one last question.
I want to say something, but I won't preempt the questioner.
No worries. Everything you've said so far has been very interesting. So I just have to, it's kind of a question, but I'm a journalist beginningly. I worked a lot for doing things for kids and youth, both TV and web. Now I'm also a student of digital strategies. And I found it very interesting because when we talk about these issues, and also lots about big data and everything that you can do and all the innovations you can do. All my classmates they get so excited about everything that they can do, and they can start doing plans for everyone with the big data. And I'm the boring one raising my hand. Remember, I started as a journalist. I just wondered, could we talk about this from the privacy? And I always feel like the boring one. So I kind of want your tips and tricks to how do I get because these people are coming out into the digital world very soon, and they are really excited and really clever people. But how do I excite them for the fact that we should equally talk about privacy and that data as the big data that they find amazing, which it is, but the problems with the both edges, I guess.
All right.
I could comment on that. I think what
Please
you
do.
need to tell your students is that anything you write or do on the web, just imagine your mother reading it. That'll motivate them, I think.
You could, if you want a tip for classes, you could say that our parents had the right to send an anonymous letter to anybody they wanted, and it would not be read in transit. It's reasonable to demand that you have the same right. So how would you go about doing this today, given what you know?
I think teaching is a great privilege, and I'm just delighted that you're a voice there for the next generation. And I think, actually, in all humility, the next generation are going to be our digital teachers. So I think I would pose a question to your class about how would they integrate that principle which Gandhi called, I think, Satyagraha, which is the force born out of truth, which justifies rule breaking when your sense of justice has been violated. And just see what they create, just see what they come up with, throw out the challenge to the next generation, and come back to us with the answer.
I've got one. I am teaching in Bangladesh right now, and the students are very excited about Facebook, right? And so in my exams, I try to make I'm teaching political science, and then I'm also teaching in the business school leadership. And so I try to make my exams locally specific and yet encompassing of these larger issues. And one of the exams that I gave exposed a company called the Hacking Team, which you guys might be familiar with, that was trying to sell some software to the, they called it a death squad in the article, in a state-sanctioned police. And the students were shocked. They were totally shocked at the capabilities of the software. So I think one important thing is just providing information, and depending on how young your students are, but if they're old enough, the provision of the information is enough. I wanted to go back to the question of the gentleman there who asked about democracy. And what I would like to say is, it depends on what kind of democracy you're talking about. Because for some of us, we've never been included in certain democracies. And so there's been this thinking about how can we make democracy better for everyone. So we have indirect democracy, all of the, all of us parliamentary structures of government. We have indirect democracy. And then what happens is that the people that we elect become captured by other forces, and they belong to them for 3.5 years, except for the half year that they're campaigning to get our vote again. And that is a problem of indirect democracy. But what about direct democracy? And perhaps we can have direct democracy where all of us participate in the decisions of the state. There are some countries that do that now. There are some countries that were trying to do that, like Libya, that got bombed into the Stone Ages. But the Swiss are allowed to have direct democracy. And then there's another strategy that I think should be utilized even despite the limitations of our indirect democracy, and that is that we need to reinvigorate, quote-unquote, democracy. And the way we reinvigorate it is not with the continual election of people who are already in the system, but infusing new ideas and new people into the system. And so I would say, you know, I always say that people in the audience that I'm in need to consider running for office. That's the only way we can, if you're talking about shared values, then that's the only way we can get closer to shared values. We've got to get rid of these people who are entrenched in the system, which is a system that is, what did you call it? The
Lucifer effect.
The loose, yeah, that are the looser, yeah, the Lucifer effect. I love that.
I call those people permanently petrified politicians in place.
Right, that's right.
Just to go back quickly to the last question we were asking about sort of engagement with education issues as well. I do quite a bit of going into universities and schools and talking to people who are just sort of setting out on their social media experience on different things and saying, by all means, engage with social media and engage online and use your devices and get the most out of them because they are the future. You know, very often parents will say, no, we don't want them using it. I'm saying, no, they should be using it, but make sure they know the risks. So a number of times I'll go in and sort of say a few examples of people who may have had interviews that have been ruined by someone saying, this is a picture that we aren't happy about where you turned up at a fancy dress party in an inappropriate outfit and it's on there, and for that reason, you know, that can prejudice you in the future. So I just very often use examples of that to sort of say, by all means, go on there, use it, engage it, but do it safely, knowing the risks that could be there. So share plenty of some information, keep other things private and to yourself. And very often I then watch the colour drain from the students' faces as they think of the drunken photos from all those nights out that they'd really rather weren't actually out there to be seen.
Do we have one final comment? Because unfortunately, we have run out of time. So,
well, as my husband would say, I have to have the last word. But I was just reflecting again on Benkt's good critical thinking about democracy, which is that and we've heard a lot of US bashing, I guess, today, but I have to say, upon reflection, the United States Constitution is one of the finest legal documents that has ever, that is ultimately, I believe, going to, that will be, hopefully, the protection that's used. And that we do forget that the first line of the Constitution is, we the people. And we forget that it's actually the people that give the power to the politicians. And I think that first line of the Constitution has to be our reminder that we need to step into our own power.
I don't think we can top that. Thank you for a wonderful final comment. I think it just remains for Simon and myself to say a huge thank you to all our wonderful speakers. It's been an amazing day with an amazing blend of different subjects. And a huge thank you to you as well for listening and participating and for your wonderful questions. Simon, do you want to say one final word?
I'll reiterate too, thank you so much, and thank you to all the speakers. A quick plug. We've talked a lot about whistleblowing. This is a great book by Brian Martin. Support whistleblowing, get this, and you can have it signed by a whistleblower of your choice. How about that one? For 200 kroner, it's all yours. But yeah, thank you everybody so much. Code Red is going to be following through as fiercely as we can. And well, have we got drinks downstairs?
I think it's officially called
Mingle. Mingle at 5.5%. Yes. So thank you.